diagnosis, she realized that the most important things became clear quickly and said that it made her appreciate all of the little things in life, even some of the annoying stuff. She says she even found Los Angeles cute instead of irritating.
I can see where that would happen.
So do we have a couple of clips?
Yes, we should.
They're not over just yet.
Okay, I'll continue on then. Following a lumpectomy, 12 rounds of chemotherapy and radiation, Fisher is currently undergoing infusion treatment that will continue until February of next year. In the meantime, she shares that she said, I find the world to be such a beautiful place in all of its quirkiness. Even things that used to irritate me, I now sometimes find charming. So we have the clips over now.
Yep.
Let's play this first one. Here we go.
Surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, and then targeted therapies of Herceptin and tamoxifen, which I'm still doing now. I still have my port, which is where I got my chemo. It's where I get my Herceptin. I'll do that until February of next year.
And then she chatted about the scary reality of it all. Here we go.
I checked the portal on the hike, and that's when I saw words like invasive ductal carcinoma, malignant, and I was like, those words sound like cancer words.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I didn't know about a port until my nephew got leukemia, and he had to have one put in, and it's really where they put medicine into the body, and it's something that it was removed after his chemo was done. Fortunately, he's cancer-free and he's in remission, but he'll have that scar for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
So they don't have to stick them every time they go, like if they're going through an intensive chemo schedule.
Yeah.
And then she talks about how it all changed her outlook on life.
All of the most important things became so clear so quickly. And also, I'll say, I find the world to be such a beautiful place in all of its quirkiness.
So good for her. She's doing well. She's doing better. She went through all this stuff, and she's such a cute gal, man.
She's great.
Just hope that everything's going to be
You know
all
what she's
right.
terrific in? Walk hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so some other stories, a little lighter, but Jessica Simpson recently shared a photo on social media sporting a black dress, a faux fur jacket, and knee-high boots, but one thing she wasn't showing off was her wedding ring.
Oh.
Who's she married to?
I don't know. Some dude named Eric Johnson. Her fans were quick to notice the missing wedding band, especially as rumors bubble up that her marriage to Eric Johnson may be in a bit of a rough patch. The publication Life and Style had previously reported that Jessica felt like their marriage had lost its romance.
And what the hell? Is he from the industry? Or is
I think he
just
works down the hall, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He's the
At MGK.
Program director of MGK.
No, I think he's a musician. Yeah.
No, not that Eric Johnson.
Oh, it's not this one?
No.
Oh, he's a football player.
He's a football player?
Yeah, he played for the 49ers, and he went to Yale.
On top of that, Jessica and Eric actually haven't been spotted together publicly since June. While nothing is confirmed, fans not seeing Jessica wearing her wedding ring is adding fuel to the rumor mill.
Oh, my God.
I know.
What will happen, Preston?
What will happen?
Speak comfort to me.
I have no, I'm sorry.
Damn
man.
it.
I wish I could be the voice of comfort to you now, but unfortunately not.
Split.
Cooper Hefner is making $100 million all-cash bid to buy Playboy. Of course, the iconic company founded by his father, Hugh Hefner, with the goal of restoring the brand to its roots. In a statement to People, Cooper explained, the brand is woven into my family's legacy, and I've seen firsthand its cultural impact over the decades. After leaving Playboy in 2019 to start his own digital media platform, Hefner Media Corporation, and an unsuccessful run at a California state Senate seat in 2020, Cooper is now looking to return to the family business.
Look for our next failure.
His bid aims to acquire the intellectual property and brand assets of Playboy Enterprises from its publicly traded parent company, PLBY Group. Cooper said, I believe that Playboy can once again lead conversations around lifestyle, entertainment, and individual freedom, and emphasized the importance of working with current stakeholders to achieve a beneficial outcome for all.
I don't see it happening.
No,
I think
really.
the time has passed.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the Playboy Mansion's gone, right? What's in its place now? They tore it down.
Did they tear it down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the new owners are at least in the process of rebuilding it into something else. I think it's going to be a Chick-fil-A. Yeah.
Why not? They're making those bigger and bigger now.
They're amazing.
Playboy, founded in 1953 by Hugh Hefner, has undergone significant changes since Hugh's death in 2017, including the closing of its iconic magazine in 2020 due to the pandemic. In 2021, the company went public under PLBY Group. They plan to relaunch the magazine in February of this coming year with a focus on the same elements that made it famous. The relaunch will feature unforgettable photography, celebrity pictorials.
Yeah, the photography.
And the Playmate centerfold, while also introducing a new class of Playboy bunnies for exclusive events. But, I mean, they're
think about it. If you're a randy young man, where would you go to find pictures of nude women?
Or videos.
Yeah, not like on your phone.
Yeah, so, I think that I think you're right, Steve. I think that what it was and is iconic, but
it's just time. It's past.
Well, also, I mean, if you're going for sex and nudity and all that stuff, I think you're going all in. I don't think you're going light, which is what Playboy is compared to.
Yeah,
and
it's just not going to do it.
Straight up pornography,
right? And there were the great interviews, and truly there were great interviews throughout the years.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of great interviews and interview outlets now that usurp that. And then the recent series about Hefner and the Playboy empire really not a favorable light on everything that went down over the decades.
Yep. So he's making a stab at it. He's offering a $100 million all-cash bid to buy it. So we'll see if it goes anywhere.
And get us a fire truck while you're at it.
Former L.A. Laker Lamar Odom is reflecting on his own experiences with drugs following the toxicology report of Liam Payne, suggesting the substances found in the late singer's system could have caused him to hear voices. Speaking to TMZ yesterday, Lamar was asked about pink cocaine, which is a cocktail of ketamine, methamphetamine, and ecstasy.
Wow.
Which police say was in Liam's system. Lamar, a recovering addict, mentioned that he used many of the same drugs and emphasized the dangerous effects that they can have, including hallucinations.
Did you ever hallucinate under anything?
No.
I mean, you were just Captain Blackfingers. You weren't.
Yeah. No, I did not do hallucinogens.
Okay. No
You were the
shrooms or
druggie
anything?
of the group.
What's that?
You were the druggie of the group.
right? No, it was more
Give it to Preston. He'll
weed and cocaine, stuff like that. It was the 80s, folks.
For God's sakes, you had to.
In Lamar's view, these drugs may have contributed to Liam's death, possibly causing him to hear voices before his fatal fall from a Buenos Aires hotel balcony. Lamar recalled how during his own addiction struggles that he would hear voices and believes something similar could have happened to Liam.
It was just Khloe Kardashian that he was hearing.
Lamar, who now runs Odom Recovery Group, hopes that Liam's tragic death will be a wake-up call for others, especially those in Hollywood, reminding people of the dangers of drug use and the importance of sobriety.
He's apparently running a couple of successful rehab centers, Lamar. So that's his name.
Yeah. So it's the Odom Recovery Group. So if he continues to do that, maybe he's got a future in that, helping people out. Martha Stewart and Ina Garten have known each other for decades before either was a big name as they are now, but they had a bit of a falling out, and the reasons differ depending on who you talk to. Stewart explained on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen that Garten ghosted her once she went to prison. That was for 5 months over financial misdeeds back in 2004. But this differs from Garten's story, which she wrote about in her book called Be Ready When the Luck Happens. She maintains that it was simply that Martha moved away in the 90s when both had been living in the Hamptons, and that's why they left.
That was it?
Yeah, but...
So the separation, not that she was a con?
Yeah, I guess. I do not know.
Didn't want to be hanging out with someone.
Maybe it's a little bit of both.
Possibly.
I don't really know.
Did she ever explain why she did not get a prison tier tattoo?
No, she did not.
Martha Stewart?
That. I don't know.
I assume it's because she didn't kill anybody. Isn't that what that's for?
That or a tasteful centerpiece. You have to do one or the other.
We could have at least gotten the spider web on the elbow, right?
Yeah.
That's another one.
Does it still mean that? Because, I see people with tear tattoos.
Yeah, and you're like, okay,
every one of those has killed somebody and or done a successul centerpiece.
Well, I kind of want to,
I just say, hey, when I see it,
I should get
you
one.
should get one. Yeah.
I go, thanks for the heads up, and I walk the other way.
But I kind of want to like ask, just like, hey, excuse me.
Were you in prison and did you murder someone?
Why the tear tattoo?
That's a good question. Maybe we should verify that.
Yeah.
Clearly, does the teardrop tattoo actually mean I killed someone? Because that's pretty stupid to do.
I was behind we were behind a car that had the other day, and this is tangential to this, believe it or not. And somebody had sort of a memorial thing on the back that it created a let's just say, they might be listening, so I don't want to make them uncomfortable, but it prompted my wife and I to look at each other and go, I'm dying to know how that happened. Like they described family members that had passed away.
Like
they seemed to be the same date, and I'm like,
Oh.
and it was a big, it was a big thing.
Oh,
and I'm
yeah,
like,
what happened?
what happened? Yeah.
Oh, probably a car accident or something like that.
Yeah. But I'm like, wow. And it was
Maybe a delightful murder-suicide.
Yeah.
Along those lines.
But I assume it'd be
I don't think you would highlight that.
roll down the way. How did it happen?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Roll down your window.
How did they die?
My wife and I were wondering how.
But listen, when you do that and you put that on your car, people are gonna, you don't have to do it like that. But I'd be like, excuse, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Right.
What happened?
We're on our way to the Poconos, and we wanted to know, how did your beloved family members die?
All right, Nick pulled up a teardrop tattoo can have many meanings, actually. This is according to Google. So it can mean time served in prison. A teardrop tattoo indicates that the wearer has served time, usually at least 1 year. Can mean a teardrop tattoo can mean that the wearer has killed someone. A teardrop tattoo can represent a victim of violence, either in prison or outside of prison. It can represent solidarity with a loved one who has experienced violence. It can represent sorrow or loss. So it's no hard and fast rule that you kill someone.
What you do is get the teardrop tattoo and the explanation underneath. That'll help
clear it up for everyone.
I murdered someone in prison.
Geez, at least 1 year? I am not getting a teardrop tattoo if I've only done 1 year.
No.
All right, once Christina Hack separated from her husband, Josh Hall, it seems that things have warmed up on Instagram between her and her ex-husband, Ant Anstead. Hack refollowed Anstead this summer, shortly after her marriage to Hall went south. After a few
thinking about you.
After a few public exchanges between the two, it seems that
I was hacking up some good memories.
Anstead thought the time was right to return the favor and refollow his ex.
Here's where it begins.
It's not totally unexpected. The two co-parent their 5-year-old son, Hudson, but don't start shipping the two. Anstead is still happily dating Renee Zellweger.
That's right.
So that's still going on.
Imagine that it's somebody's job to figure out if Ant Anstead follows his ex-wife or not.
That you're in charge of scouring their Instagram accounts for Ant Anstead.
Guys, I got news.
Yeah,
Guess what?
And guys that can't come out tonight, I'm going to be reviewing Ant Anstead's Instagram page and following who he's following.
Who he's following.
So busy.
Sad news for fans of MILF Manor.
No!
In a statement, series star Kelly Mortensen passed on news how her son and series co-star Joey Burford, she said, I'm reaching out to you today with a heavy heart to share that my son Joey has recently been involved in a serious scooter accident. The tragic event has resulted in significant complications that will require him to undergo multiple facial reconstruction surgeries.
Was he on MILF Manor?
Yeah.
Okay.
The announcement was attached to a GoFundMe page set up for the 19-year-old. She said, Joey is facing a long and challenging road to recovery. And as we navigate this journey, we are confronted with mounting medical bills and the uncertainty of when he will be able to return to work. Yeah, if I remember how MILF Manor worked, it was mother-son, and they would meet other mother-son
That's it.
couples.
And they didn't know. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I watched Dilf Duplex, which is
a different turn on
show.
this.
Yeah.
But she said that your support would mean the world to us during this difficult time. In a video on her Instagram stories yesterday, she thanked those who have sent her messages and donated to the GoFundMe, which has raised nearly $30,000 of the $50,000 goal.
Steve, I'm a big fan of Gilf Gardens.
Gilf Gardens is great. Just gardening. That's all they do. They don't really care. Did you have a crush on any of your friends' mothers?
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy Ben's mom was pretty hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't say it because they all live here.
Oh,
yeah.
oh,
Say
yes.
it.
Yeah. Mrs. McDonald, I remember. And they also had a pool which one of the only
nice.
fans. And so you saw Mrs.
Stacy's
McDonald.
mom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Dude, when we were little, the lady who lived right behind me, I don't even remember what her name was, but she was a total knockout. Me and the kid who lived next to her behind me, his name was Eric. And when she would get home from work, we would run to her car and kiss her on the lips. Like,
What?
Dude,
How old were you?
Like
Why don't we take this upstairs?
8 or 9, something like that.
She'd kiss you on the lips?
She'd kiss us on the lips, Kathy.
Wait, she would be the kisser?
Well-
It sounded like you guys were running and kissing her.
We ran to her,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
she would kiss us.
Oh, okay. Well,
She'd go to jail today.
yeah, right.
Somebody's going to get their prison tattoo.
Last week, the Bachelorette star Jason Tartick and TikToker Kat Stickler have broken up after 6 months together.
6 months, man.
And Tartick updated his fans on his Trading Secrets podcast, and he admits it's not easy being suddenly single.
Oh.
He said, and he's formerly from The Bachelorette. He said, I mean, there's just no way to kind of beat around the bush. Tough week. Breakups suck.
Poor guy.
He's kind of right.
If you're in a situation where you're not feeling okay, just know that's okay. He offered up how he's dealing. He said,
And yet we had to listen to Jenna Fisher piss and moan.
He said, I guess some productive ideas, some that have helped me, is really leaning in. He said, I think leaning into the people that matter most to you, mom, dad for me, brother too, best friends.
Guy's a pundit.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Well, he's a former Bachelorette contestant.
Yeah,
So
get a lot of insight.
But I
knows
needed
what
to
he's
hear
doing.
that this morning, man. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're here
When
to
you
show.
lose a TikToker,
Yeah.
man, how do you come back from that?
Yeah. This is really weird. There's a new version of the movie American Psycho coming, and some people online think that Armie Hammer would be the perfect person to play the deranged Patrick Bateman this time.
Would he even be acting?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be.
I mean, he has the cannibal thing hanging over him.
Yeah, that's why. So the role was previously played by Christian Bale when the original movie came out in 2000. The fan casting comes after the actor ran into career trouble following allegations of cannibalism fantasies. One poster said, non-ironically, the only person worthy of being cast as Patrick Bateman is Armie Hammer. Other fans have shared that this could be a fitting career comeback moment for him.
I bet you he'd embrace it.
Well, they
Why
may
not?
be serious or just having a laugh. The actual actor who is set to play Bateman has so far not yet been confirmed.
That's one movie that I have never seen. I really want to. I know that it's great, and I've never taken the time to sit down and watch it. American Psycho.
It is really great. His performance is great, and it's not just the like the crazy Huey Lewis stuff. That there's a scene involving business cards that is friggin' hilarious.
So good.
Yeah.
And we had the writer, the author of that book in our studio, I believe. He also wrote a book called The Rules of Attraction, I think, and James Vanderbeek was in that movie. And you come to find out that character and the Patrick Bateman character in that universe are brothers.
Did not know that.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
At some point, who do you call it? Vanderbeek's character in Rules of Attraction is on the phone with his brother Patrick Bateman.
Oh,
interesting. Okay.
You learn stuff.
So we'll see who ends up playing him in the next one. Alcon Entertainment, a movie production company, is suing Tesla for allegedly using AI-generated images from Blade Runner 2049 without permission to promote its robo-taxi at a recent event. The lawsuit filed in California yesterday accuses Tesla and Elon Musk of misappropriating the film's brand.
Yeah, you kind of have to sign off on that stuff. They should have used Johnny Cab from Total Recall.
Totally. And claims that Alcon had denied licensing rights for the images, so flat out denied them.
The future is here.
Alcon also expressed his concerns about being associated with Musk due to his extreme political and social views. The lawsuit seeks damages and aims to stop Tesla from using the unlicensed promotional materials. So the minds behind some of the scariest books and creepiest TV series are combining on a new yet familiar project. Mike Flanagan, who is a creative force behind Fall of the House of Usher and The Haunting of Hill House for Netflix, and Stephen King, who is just Stephen King, will have their formidable talents put behind a new series for Prime Video. Carrie will be a series reimagining of the 1974 breakout King classic novel, which itself has already been remade several times. It's not the first time that the two forces have come together on the project. So Flanagan has adapted King stories Dr. Sleep, Gerald's Game, And then what's going to be coming out down the road is The Life of Chuck, which is a wonderful story. I cannot wait to see that.
It's about a guy who goes through life with a super hairy back?
Kind of like that. No, not our own Chuck D'Amico, but I thought of Chuck when I read the story. So I hope they do this right with the series, because if they parse it out, they could do the original story was more intense. Obviously the Sissy Spacek movie was a classic and great.
Did you see the Chloe Grace?
I did. I've seen all of them.
Right,
yeah. And they're pretty good. But she, in the book, man, like she destroys the town.
Right.
And it's crazy. In fact, they end up having a Senate hearings over it. It's called the White Commission. And throughout the book, they have little moments where they go away to testimony at the White Commission.
Right.
So I'm wondering if they'll do that in this series, which would be kind of cool.
Flanagan is excellent. Did you watch the
Dr. Sleep, Gerald's Game?
Give me a list of his TV. I'm having a brain fart.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what all he's done.
House, the Usher.
Oh, yeah, and for the
Hill
Hill House, yeah.
Hill
I did
House
not
was
see those. No.
terrific.
Was it good?
Really good.
And I didn't see Gerald's Game either, and that's a book of Kings that I've never read, but I do want to see and read both of them.
He also did a series called Midnight Mass, I think was the name of it, which is very King-esque.
Nice. No word on when this will premiere, but hopefully they will do it right. All right, on the opposite end of the spectrum, Netflix has teamed up with Lindsay Lohan to tease its upcoming holiday movie lineup.
Chicken fingers for Christmas.
It's a chicken finger Christmas.
It's a chicken finger Christmas.
Well, she started this last year, right?
Yes.
And I loved her movie last year.
Was it good?
Yes. You got to understand. She is a socialite, and she slid down a hill and got a little bit of amnesia and didn't realize that she was a socialite. And she met this really nice guy. That's really good. No, but I did enjoy it. And she happens to have a good knack for those kind of lighter things.
Good. I hope she finds her way in that genre. She could. I mean,
she looks like fantastic. I think they scraped the nicotine off her face, and she's good.
In a short clip shared on social media yesterday, Lindsay answers the phone saying, I think I got another trick-or-treater, but instead finds Christmas carolers at her door singing that the holidays are almost here, a time for movies full of cheer. So she smiles and closes the door, signaling the start of the holiday season. The preview reveals the release dates for Netflix's holiday trailers, starting today with Meet Me Next Christmas, starring Christina Milian and Devale Ellis, Devale, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. And tomorrow, the teaser for Hot Frosty with Lacey Chabert and Dustin Milligan. So they've got Lacey on the Netflix specials too. She's not exclusive to Hallmark.
See, I did not know she was doing this cross thing, because Hallmark she is Miss Hallmark right now. She has a number of series and a development deal. But the more the merrier. I love her, and honestly, Lindsay, keep at it. I'm enjoying these movies.
Did you guys see the news that there's a particular friend of our show that's going to be in a Hanukkah-based one?
No.
Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
Mark Summers is going to be in a Hallmark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did see that.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
and it could not be happier.
Yeah, so I think that comes out in December, Steve.
I even like the Hanukkah movies that they've done. They just approach it with the same zeal. You feel good. Nothing really happens during the movies. You're not asked to think. And it's a wonderful thing.
On Thursday, the teaser for The Merry Gentleman with Britt Robertson and Chad Michael Murray will drop.
Now he's your guy because you're a big One Tree Hill fan.
Yeah.
Of course. And Lindsay's Our Little Secret trailer premieres on Friday.
Marissa's saying that you announced that Mark Summers Hanukkah movie on our show 2 weeks ago.
And we all were like,
and nobody
what?
remembers.
Wow.
God almighty, we're so horrible. We should call this short-term memory radio.
Seriously.
In our own defense, we pack a lot of entertainment into these.
Listen,
4.5, 5 hours.
It's like trying to hold a wild Mustang in place.
Yeah,
the entertainment is just busting that at the seams.
In
futile.
our defense, we don't remember anything.
That too.
We get to the end of the show, and I can't even answer what the stupid lesson learned is.
People
Definitely.
will, Steve, people will ask me, they're like, so what was it? What did you guys talk about on the show today? I'm like,
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will do that.
Let me listen to the podcast, and I'll get back to you.
WMR.com. You can
will
hear it all.
Literally be after the program that same day, and they'll go, "What'd you guys talk about today?" Oh man, and then it's like work.
Yeah.
To go back and try and remember. Oh man, why'd you ask me?
Preston, I brought this up to you a week ago. I don't know if you remember this, but the idea of like doing a contest on do you remember, like of all of us, because we forget stuff all the time. So like Steve, something based on do you remember the time that we had David Faustino in studio?
Right.
And I don't know like the mechanics of it.
Well,
we can do it.
We'll figure it out, and then Marissa's going to have to put it together.
Okay.
Yeah. She has access to the archives.
Yes.
And
She
and she
remembers.
could test us on our. Yeah, we could probably face off against listeners, and they would do better.
Oh, they'd
God,
be much
yeah.
better. Absolutely would be much better.
Yeah. All right.
You
I
get Dan Colachico, too. Preston Steve Rocks. He's encyclopedic.
have one more quick story. Speaking to MIPCOM, which I'm not familiar with.
It's a site that loves nipples.
No. It's a com. It's a convention. In Cannes, by the way, France. Channing Dungey of the Warner Brothers TV group shared few details about the upcoming Harry Potter TV series.
Okay.
They confirmed a few things that we already knew, like the casting is already going on. They also seemingly confirmed that the show will go more in depth than the movies.
Did I hear correctly that Michael Madsen is playing Dumbledore?
You heard that incorrectly.
Oh.
They said, as somebody who is a huge fan of the books, the opportunity to get to explore them in a little bit more in depth, that you can in just a 2-hour film. That's the whole reason we're on this journey. And that could be welcome news for fans who were a little worried when one of the writers on the upcoming show revealed that they hadn't actually read the books and said
this.
Didn't prefer the idea of a faithful adaptation. But no, it seems like it is going to be more in-depth.
For a while, there was this thing where they were actively looking to not hire people who are familiar with source material. They thought,
dumb.
well, it's going to give us a fresh spin on it. Don't do that, especially with Harry Potter, with this canonic story. You've got to approach it the right way.
Yep, and I think they can, so hopefully they will. All right, here we go, clips. Ghost Game follows a couple searching for a thrill who unexpectedly witness a family going mad. And in this clip, director Jill Gevargizian.
Nailed it.
Gevargizian. There we go. Talks about giggity about finding the perfect haunted house for the film. Here we go.
Our producers found it in Hagerstown, Maryland, which, it was the dream house. In the script, it was written to be this epic, huge, haunted house. And I was like, okay, we'll never get anything near what's in the script. And when they found that, I was like, oh my God, this is a dream.
Ghost Game releases today in theaters. Here's our next clip. Becoming pommel horse guy has landed Steven Nedoroskic a bronze medal and a spot on Dancing with the Stars. And here, the U.S. Olympian talks about competing on the show.
With the show being live, I'm really interested to see how it relates to my competitive experience in gymnastics, where I'm also competing live. I have a feeling that I'll have maybe a little bit of a competitive edge compared to other people with the experience of being in front of live audiences. I do expect it to be a little bit more nerve-wracking because I'm just so much less experienced in dance.
Shut up, dummy.
Tonight is Disney night, a new episode of Dancing with the Stars.
Is that the nerdy gymnast? Is that
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But he is phenomenal. When you said that, Preston, I thought, and then the notion occurred to me, the Wide World of Sports guy who runs into the side of the pommel horse.
Yes.
Has there ever been a documentary made about that guy?
Oh, I don't
because
know.
he became famous for that collision.
Yep.
Well, we need to fund one.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Roebuck later on and see what we can do.
I got a text message. Pretty good idea. Well, I'd figure out how to work this out. But somebody said concerning us not remembering anything.
Yeah.
Reverse lesson question. Have a listener call at the end of the show.
Oh my God,
and
that's
pose
great.
a question about something that happened during the show, and if they win, if you guys remember. If we do remember,
yes.
If we don't remember,
If they stump us.
if they stump us,
Yeah.
I would think.
Well, that's going to be easy. But that's okay. We want to give our prize away anyway.
It would be something, definitely.
Yeah.
Something that happened on the show this morning.
Yeah.
At the end of the show, they call and ask us a question about it and see if we know. I think you would have to ask one member of the show because collectively, somebody might figure it out.
About if, or they get 5 prizes if they don't.
Whoever amongst us gets it wrong,
all right, well,
that's
then,
how many prizes they get.
Question, who do you think amongst the show members would get it wrong the most?
Me.
You think?
I am so ADD. I don't. I a lot of times I've said the thing that is the lesson learned, and I can't
you can't remember it.
Yeah.
I don't.
Casey, I have a picture standing next to a guy that I don't remember ever meeting or being
I have a lot of those.
in the
too.
Just also in deference and defense of you, we're talking decades, at this point of people we've stood alongside. So it's understandable.
I think I have an unfair advantage because I write the lesson questions down. So it's part of my job to remember that stuff.
Alexandra Daddario was here.
Yeah.
And I don't remember her being here. She's a goddamn goddess. She's one of the most sexy, beautiful women in the world that I've ever seen.
And Preston,
I don't remember meeting her. That's insane.
She was 2.5 feet away from you across the console.
I've been told
It was for
Percy Jackson, but
yeah.
I don't remember that. That's
didn't get
terrible.
to enjoy it.
No. I didn't get to add it to the
Do we
spank
have
bank.
pictures of the visit? See,
I know there's photos somewhere, but I just don't remember.
and she was incredibly sweet.
Yeah, that's
They
what I
all
hear.
were.
Yeah.
And she kept saying things about you, and she said, well after the show, maybe.
Are you single?
All right. Anyhow, it's too painful of a non-memory. I don't want to think about it.
I don't want to relive the thing I can't remember.
Yeah, exactly. Please don't. Nick just pulled up a picture of her. Oh my God. All right. Anyway. We're going to take a break.
Yeah. All right.
I need to digest this for a moment. But we do have Tattoo Tuesday, so text word tattoo to 39333. We'll see if you win that Floating World Tattoo Piercing gift certificate to be able to give away later on. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic. Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like it's a connection.
Well, you guys, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it? Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the... If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could, at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter, the exhibition, coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent. And thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful. And now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice. Excellent. Great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Could you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. I told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh, my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
The falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says Monkey Heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the Monkey Heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox, I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on, Kathy.
Come on, Kathy.
Come on, jump in, Kathy.
Come on, Kathy.
Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're
You
part
met?
of
What?
this.
No, that's a good chance. Beat a metaphor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double Dutch, Kathy?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it
I
out
just-
right.
yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
I've done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double Dutch.
Will ze be the Bilzel, but double Zach? Yes, I can double Dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Ilzy Wilzy Bilzel, double Dutch.
No.
It's double Dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double Dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it,
Of
yeah.
course.
You don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that with you?
Not cool.
not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
Just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in that. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back. Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and
that's right.
Steve. Then
For just like a few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so
a little
sorry
bit.
you made
No,
one
I need it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because
Okay.
we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night, he took a crack at it, and everyone was going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No,
So
I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
were you
popular high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted one quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much that it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of architecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, yeah, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'll be really interesting. My God, was it hard?
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
it was
had to bail
like.
on that. No
that's exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur wrestling background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night. then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you have to you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, as a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good, too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through, the WWE, and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off,
no. Right? But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. Later this morning, our friend actor Daniel Roebuck is coming by. We've had Daniel on many, many times throughout the years. He is in one of the top movies in the country right now, Terrifier 3.
Yeah.
And so we have to talk to him about what that experience is all about. So he'll be in around 9 o'clock this morning. We'll spend some time with him. But Steve sent me this story yesterday. I thought this was, I was happy to read this story.
Yeah, it is a feel-good story.
It's sad because it is a young man died at an early age, but there was a secret that he was hiding that I thought was kind of sweet. So his name was Mats Steen. He's Norwegian, Mats Steen, and he had debilitating muscular disease, Duchenne muscular dystrophy.
Yes.
And it kept him confined to his apartment. But after his death, he died at 25. His parents discovered he had a secret online life that filled him with joy. Trude and Robert Steen found out that he had a popular and fulfilling social life through his personal blog and his online role-playing in the video game world of Warcraft, which is an MMO, a massive multiplayer online game. And so his parents and sister Mia knew that he would spend hours online using special equipment to accommodate for his disability. But until his death, they had no idea. They believed that his life was alone and a sad existence. They did what they could for him, but it was soon after he died that they began to receive hundreds and hundreds of emails from strangers who seemed to know him very, very well.
Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
I mean, conducting relationships.
Yep. They had found that he had found relationships and even some romance among the gaming community. I thought that was a really sweet story.
So and he never told anyone?
No. I guess he didn't indicate. No, they knew he was gaming.
Right, but they didn't know how big
deep
he was in the community.
In other words, that it was his body was failing him, but he could escape into this. There's an episode of a Star Trek, but the pilot, the menagerie about, and then the story of Christopher Pike, where he is, relegated to this sort of wheelchair contraption, but this race offers him the ability to go into a fantasy world and live his life unencumbered by his physical body.
Yep.
And that's what this is like.
Yeah.
I wonder
like.
if he knew.
What
an impact he had.
Yeah, so the first they knew of his secret life came after they announced his death on his online blog, on which there was an email address for users to contact the family. And Matt's parents and sisters had been expecting a few replies, but were not prepared for the reality as they were inundated by hundreds of strangers writing to them. Also, Matt's was known by a completely different name. It was Ibelin Redmore was his online name, who was a heroic nobleman and monster slayer. with Matt's controlling every move, and also while he was sitting alone in an apartment upstairs from his parents. He had built up an extensive network of friends over the years and had become known for his kindness and empathy. Like many parents, they had actually discouraged him from spending too much time online and suggested that he try to foster connections in the real world.
Yeah.
They said, we thought he lived for many reasons a wasted life. And then we get these stories sharing just the opposite. Wow. And they said the sad thing was we were very strong on condemning the time that they was spending in that world, and that condemnation was based on a 5-minute analysis. They didn't really look too deep into it.
But, yeah, and I could see where they might beat themselves up, because they were trying to do what they thought was best for him and wanted actual physical. But for him, he had found a world that he could have sway over in a way he couldn't in the physical world.
Yeah, so my son spends a lot of time online gaming. He's mildly on the autism spectrum.
Yeah.
And so, it concerns us to some extent, but I also see it as it's social.
Yeah.
It is social. It can be very much that way for certain people, even easier socially.
Ever really spent an enormous amount of time gaming, not in such a way where I was like, dude, you got to slow it down.
Like he's not getting lost in it.
No, and I encouraged it because I would say 95% of the time he was playing with his friends somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was only those times where I'm like, hey, who are you playing with? And if he'd be like, nobody, I'm like, all right, well then let's go have a football catch or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm having a football catch online.
Yeah. But if you're playing with your buddy Luke or Christian or whoever, you guys, you're hanging out with your friends.
Case, I do the same thing. I'm like, well, if you're not playing with anyone, then come on, we're going to go do something.
Yeah.
And it can
We're
lead
going to
to
work with succulents.
And besides just gaming too, I'm curious if people have had meaningful relationships, not necessarily with the opposite sex, but a very strong friendship with somebody they've never met face to face before. It's never happened to me that I can recall of where you feel that you are truly a very close friend to this person that you've never actually physically been next to.
Well, that's his story.
Yeah.
In this, that I guarantee you, it does happen, though it may be alien, to us. But we talked about you playing the Harry Potter game, and you can get lost. You can get lost in that.
Sure.
I mean, you can to some degree.
I wonder, message boards, the YouTube followers here.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a nice community.
That's a really good example, yeah. In fact, many of them have never met, and they were talking about getting together for the first time at Camp Out for 100 this year, which is really cool. I have a lot of Instagram friends that I've never met in real life, and a lot of that, for me, is based around the Dave Matthews Band. And it's a really cool, supportive community of one another, and sometimes you end up at the same shows, and sometimes you don't, but, it's a musical bond, right? And so you're able to connect to them on that level. Whether or not you've actually spent any time with them, you have a bond, and I enjoy that.
I think it's sorry, Kathy, just for a second. I think it's similar to the way people talk about when they meet us out and about. They haven't, I feel like you're a friend, and I said you are a friend.
Yeah.
It's just that we haven't completed this part of the relationship, but you are a friend.
There's a word I read the other day, Stephen. I wish I would have written it down, and it's something along the lines of a parasocial relationship,
Right.
and it means a one-sided relationship,
right?
In that we have that sometimes with some of our members of our audience who we are speaking to each other here in the room, but we're also speaking directly to somebody else who's listening on the other side, and we do have a relationship.
We do,
but it's a one-way relationship, which is kind of interesting. By the way, if you want to call our Xfinity mobile guest line, 215-263-WMMR.
All right, so this is a little bit different and going to date me, but I think I was probably in elementary school, and our class, or I may have even been the entire grade, wrote to the soldiers who were in Iraq in the Gulf War, and I kept a pen pal relationship
with a soldier,
with my soldier. I mean, for years, past the grade and the class that I was in. And I recently found one of the letters. I was going through old photos, and I found the letter in with the photos. And his name was Roman, and I can't remember his last name.
When was the last time you corresponded with him?
Steve, I don't know. I mean,
forever?
School
okay.
age. You know what I mean?
You didn't carry it past school.
Didn't carry it past that. But, and I tried Go ahead, Preston.
We got to get a hold of this guy.
That's what I was going to say to you is I found the letter and I was like, oh, I wonder if I could, because I searched him on social media and I can't find him.
Someone can help.
Okay, I'm going to.
We've got to do this. We got to talk to this guy.
And I have to ask my mom because I thought.
Kathy, it's great to reconnect. I run a bird watching society.
Did you try LinkedIn? Did you try
I
LinkedIn?
have a hot fruit company.
Case,
love it.
Case, I did not try LinkedIn.
I think
I did
LinkedIn
not.
is a good, because there's a lot of people who don't do, social, whether it be Instagram or Facebook or whatever, but if they're a professional,
they might be on LinkedIn.
They might be on LinkedIn.
So I have the letter, and I do have his full name. So I will grab that letter tonight, and I'll bring it in.
Oh, that would be awesome.
There's the comment on a YouTube on our YouTube stream right now, and it's from this guy No Pro Go Pronto, and he says something that I disagree with, but I'm curious as to what you guys think. He says if you've never met them, then they aren't quote your friends. And I think that's not true. I think you can be very good friends with somebody, even if you've actually, in this day and age, or even with a pen pal, that was your friend. And you were his friend.
Well, and when I found that letter, I was like, oh my God, I would love to find him.
Yeah.
It's the same way, I think, also in the case, and that you actually were conversing back and forth. And so that was a part of the friendship. But even like with a listener who comes up, you have invested time in supporting the show and tying into things, even if we haven't conversed directly back and forth. Those are elements of a friendship, with the loyalty or the being dialed into things, and you rely on us for something. So there's an exchange that's going on that I think would be true of many friendships.
Yeah, and I would disagree with the the person that posted that comment, Nick. I think in some occasions it could even be a more intimate relationship than in person if you're just sharing thoughts back and forth.
Yeah. You're not distracted by the boobies.
Let's be honest here. I mean, come on. I want to go to some calls. A lot of people are chiming in on this. I want to go to Ray. Hi, Ray. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good, man. You have a situation where you've been friends with people, never met them before.
Yes, I am actually a recovering alcoholic. And I've made numerous friends through Zoom meetings. Like, you can't attend a meeting in person.
Mm-hmm.
And you get their phone number and you text with them, and, you see them every week at the same meetings. And it's just a really good way to meet people. Like, it's another way of networking for me being a recovering alcoholic and having, just people that I can reach out to in times of need and necessity.
Yeah, Ray, who's somebody who's had, what do you think the longest relationship you've had with someone that way?
Well, I've been sober now for 7 months.
Okay.
A little almost 8 months. And probably within the first 2 weeks of getting sober, I made friends in groups over Zoom that I still communicate with today.
And you feel like they are a legitimate friend?
Absolutely.
That's cool.
I have a friend named Mark who lives in Ontario, who I text with every day, just, spiritual good mornings and well wishes and, just check in. How's your family? How was your weekend?
Okay. Listen, and that's awesome. I think we talk about, and we're reminded about the importance of in-person physical, interaction during the lockdown and stuff like that, and how badly it impacted people. But I also think that if you don't have those options, or I don't think it's something you can completely dismiss with Zoom, with the ability to communicate this way. We talk about therapy. People who might not have done therapy in person would do it over Zoom or these the methods that are available now, and that's a big gain.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, every Wednesday I do a Zoom therapy meeting. I've never met my therapist, but we've been together for probably over 2 years.
Okay. All right. Ray, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Good luck with everything, too, by the way.
Guys, have a great day.
You too. I would certainly never indicate replacing in-person relationships with this type of a relationship, but I still think it's valid.
Think of somebody who is incredibly not good in person. Is incredibly socially awkward.
Absolutely.
Who by simply clicking on you don't want this again to be the complete solution.
No, but it's right for some people.
It's right for some people. Yeah.
I'm going to go to, this sounds interesting. I'm going to go to Julie. Hi, Julie. Is it Julie Jerkoff? Sorry.
Julie Jerkoff.
Hi,
We
Julie.
have to, Julie.
Kirkhoff.
You have to understand.
Yeah. What's up, Julie?
So I was like most parents and felt that the gaming was taking up way too much of my son's time until my son decided to get married. And I thought he was crazy because he invited one of his gamer friends to be in his wedding. Now, he had never, ever met this gamer friend in person.
Wow.
Until his rehearsal dinner. And they've been friends for probably 8 or 9 years now.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
What was that meeting like, Julie?
It was phenomenal. They knew so much about each other, and they had gotten along so well.
Is he easy to pick out in the wedding pictures because he's wearing a headset? No, go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, believe it or not, they did.
Oh, that's great.
Because it was one of those, like, this is how we know each other.
Oh, my God.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's great.
And he flew in from a different state, and he stayed with my son. My two brother-in-laws are big gamers, and we just had a 40th birthday party for my brother-in-law, and all his gamer friends came, and I realized how like they all know my son, they all know everybody.
Julie, do they now meet up in person from time to time?
Yeah, they actually now go. My son's getting ready to take a trip. Yeah,
that's great.
You know what I also
love
think,
that. Thank
Julie?
you, Julie.
No, it's okay.
Thanks.
To what you said, there is something, the same thing that can foster a whole bunch of acrimony and bullcrap when you're online and removed, also can pull off some of the. All right, I'm just going to say this. This is the way I felt about this thing.
Yeah.
So it can work that way as well.
Yeah.
And you might actually forge a relationship that is a little bit more connected.
Yeah. No,
If that
I
makes
like
any sense.
Nope, I know exactly what you're talking about. We will go to Lori, who is one of the Preston and Steve YouTuber community members. Hi, Lori. Good morning.
YouTube. I was just gonna say YouTube.
What's up, Lori?
Good morning. It's Crazy Turtle, aka YouTube. Well, no, aka Lori.
All right.
So yeah, it's a very large community out there between all of us, and we also have a community on Discord for a few of us, to where we discuss colonoscopies, how to open a cranberry sauce jar, and I haven't met everybody, but me, Jane, and Trina met at the Pickle Fest. We are talking about meeting up at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Okay.
So would you
be there? Go ahead.
Would you say, Lori, that compare this friendship and this collective to friendships in what we'll just say the real world? Not that it's not the real world, but like neighbors and people that you meet socially. Compare this to that kind of relationship.
So the thing with us is, for me anyway, we all have the one common ground is you guys. You know, we talk about the show. We talk about, you guys, your lives, and I don't know. That's the one common ground. As compared to friends that I see every day. Well, I don't see all my friends every day, but friends that I see every day, I have a common ground with them too.
Right, and it's basically the same. It's just what it's predicated on, and there's a little bit more of the show with the online community.
Right. And it's exciting, too. If we've never seen each other before, and then, we're all talking about this meetup, we're all going to be like, hey.
Yeah.
It's
cool.
excited to finally meet a face. And then there's some people out there that are in bands, so we have a little area to where we talk about where they're going to be, like Sap Sapio, where they're going to be playing, and some of us meet up there. And so, it's fun to have this little
I love that
community.
Lori, how many of the people in the YouTube community do you think that you know what they look like?
Well, we on Discord we share pictures of each other, so
Okay.
I do know what some of them look like.
But who looks the best naked?
I think Julie Jerkoff's the only one.
You know how she is.
Forgive me, Jerkoff. To defend herself.
All right. Excellent. Lori, well, we hope to see you guys at Camp Out for Hunger, so let us know.
You're going to see us.
Excellent.
Nice. It's going to be a big crowd, and you'll find us.
Excited for that. All right. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you later. Who's been on hold longest? I'm going to go to, let's see here, Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Hi. Hi, good morning. How are you?
Great. What's up, Kristen?
My grandson met his best friend online playing PlayStation.
Okay.
And they were 8 years old, and we live in Jersey, and the other kid lives in Ohio.
Uh-huh.
So this summer we went to Ohio and picked the kid up and brought him back for a month, and he stayed here at our house for a month.
How old is he now?
17.
17.
So they've been chatting since 8 years old. They've been gaming and chatting since 8, and they finally got to meet. You guys went and picked him up in Ohio and brought him back for a month?
Yes, we did.
Oh, my God.
Yes, we did.
That is pretty cool. Do his parents know where he is?
No, I didn't know if his parents would go for it because we had never met before.
Yeah.
And I would be a little leery on sending my kid to Ohio, but her and I have talked a lot over the past 9 years. And you know, we kind of know each other, too. But it's unbelievable that these kids are best friends over the Internet.
Do you know what? I'd say this, and you probably can correlate it to this, Kristen, is like Kathy talking about having a pen pal. It's the same thing, you know, and you can massage a friendship along, and that's where they are, and they're still friends and going strong.
Yeah, they've been through so much together. They cry together. They laugh together.
Huh?
They just it's crazy.
And did they have a good time on the visit?
Oh yes, they had a blast.
That's great. I love it.
They
All
had
right.
a blast.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate you sharing the story.
Have a great day.
All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Brandon's been on hold for a while. Hi, Brandon. Good morning, bud.
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, it's all good. What's up, man?
First of all, let me say what an honor it is to follow up Julie Jerkoff on the air today.
Not everyone gets that honor.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
All right, what's up, man?
So I just wanted to share a story because ever since, I guess, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, I don't know if that was 2011, 2012 or so.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of us grew up in like Philly, but we connected with some guys that grew up in like Virginia, North Carolina. One lives in Oregon now.
Oh, back home to Oregon.
Back home?
Okay.
Back home to Oregon.
Who was that? Was that Jimmy?
Jimmy.
But yeah, so ever since then we've connected. One of them actually came up and visited a couple times. We went out and partied in Fishtown and stuff. And but it's actually we've known each other for almost 15 years now, and it's actually like tradition at this point that Sundays we get on and we just kind of BS with each other and just kind of game or whatever on Xbox.
I love that.
Is it a different dynamic, Brandon, than
Absolutely not.
your close personal friends, the other group?
Nope, we talk to each other like like we actually we are friends. We know what's going on in each other's lives. Like we're not, obviously we don't invite people to come hang out in like real life because it's kind of a journey. But yeah, no, we're actually friends. We talk. We know what's going on in each other's lives. And
love it.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
So listen. So as people sort of try to reason this out and say, is this a negative or a positive? It seems to be that it depends on how you approach it. But we're hearing a lot of positive stories.
I mean, you can waste away your time too much, diving into games and things like that, and avoiding real life responsibilities and things like that. But
buying Amazon gifts for an OnlyFans model.
If you've got this community that you're legitimately socializing with, and you've bonded with these people, it's a real relationship.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I'm gonna reiterate the story here before we wrap up. But our buddy Ra's on the line. Hey, Ra, morning, man. Four. Yeah, what's up, Ra?
Hey, man. This is gonna be a little heavy. Well, it's not gonna be heavy, but I mean, I built this relationship with this person in like 1 week. I don't know how we connected, but she was on my Facebook at a time when I was really trying to build a lot of people. Like I was a performer, right? So I was rapping and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So I was trying to build fans. So I had gained my 5,000, right? And she was one of the 5,000 that I had never talked to, never seen in person. But I don't know if she had ever seen me. But she was dying of cancer, right? And she was a beautiful woman. And I just saw one of her pieces or whatever. She used to model and make clothing and all this other stuff. And then she was talking about cancer sucks and all this other stuff. And she wanted to be over. And I don't know how we ended up talking, but I was trying to help her. I don't know what to say to somebody who's going through that, right? Because I've never been through it.
Yeah.
She kept talking about how she can't wait for it to be over, for the pain to stop. And she's been going through chemo and how it hurts and all this other stuff. And we're just on the DMs. back and forth, man, like for hours. And we started sharing that, we were both performers and whatnot. We were going to YouTube, putting YouTube clips into the DMs and whatnot, and commenting on each other's past work and all this other beautiful stuff, man. It ended up me telling her I love her. She's like, I love you too. Like, I didn't notice this young lady crying and whatnot on the other side of the, of the keyboard or whatever you want to call it, or the phone, as it were. Yeah. And then she went missing for like, a few days, man, and then she died.
Oh wow,
man!
And it was rough, dude. Like, but I really, really grew to love this person in like a week's time.
Well, you know what you did in that period of time. You gave her, and take this with you. I'm sure she looked forward to your interactions, and you gave her a little bit of a diversion and some uplifting conversation. So, and you allowed her to vent. So that's a gift you gave her, and she gave you.
Yeah, man, it was real. It was so heavy, dude. So heavy. I lost of life, man. Lost all that talent and beauty and, mind power and creativity.
But here you are telling her story, and she lives on.
That's pretty wild. I don't know what you can do when somebody that you're friends with in a group chat or whatever just disappears for one reason or another, right? Like maybe they passed away, or they just didn't want to be, and then you're left there without any answers. I don't know how you discovered that she had passed away, but if
well, you know how that is on Facebook. When somebody passes away, man, your algorithms. We have mutual friends, right?
Yeah.
And that was another point of discussion. How many mutual friends we had, and we had never met. So once you start seeing all the condolences and cancer sucks and all this other stuff, you're like, oh my God, you know what I mean?
Wow.
And I even sent her a last message. I'm so glad you're not in pain anymore. This, that, and the third, just to have it sent, just to have it said,
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
All right. Well, it's sad, but
if
it's
I
also
can,
sweet.
man, I just want to say, beautiful. Her name was Nayeta, and just your legacy lives on. She's a beautiful, beautiful young lady, man.
There you go. Well done.
Thanks, Raw. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys.
Take care of yourself. Raw. All right. Well, we need something a little bit more upbeat to go to and end on. We have time for one more call, and then we got to take a break. So I'm going to go to Alex, who's been on hold for a while. Alex, good morning to you, sir. Or ma'am. Alex, are you there?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, so I played a game called World of Warcraft for about 10, 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I built like a close group of friends, about 15 to 20 people. So I visited a bunch of people in California, Chicago, like Toronto, and I've had people come visit me as well.
So overall, in this communal experience, has it been very fulfilling? Are you having friends that have poured it over into, quote unquote, the real world? Has this been a very positive experience for you?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I still keep in touch with these people. And this was high school, college, my formidable years, making a lot of friends. People I would hang out with every other night, we'd have groups that group up and do things. I've even, like I said, had people visit me, even met a hookup or two through this game. So
there you go. How much hooking up is taking place within the game itself?
At one point there was ads or something I saw where it's World of Warcraft had more relationships than eHarmony and stuff. So probably a lot.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah,
All right.
that's wild.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it, man. Well, this whole conversation got started. It's a story of this guy named Matt Steen. He was in Norway, 25 years old, had Duchenne muscular dystrophy, passed away. His parents had thought it was a sad kind of existence. He had an apartment upstairs. And he would spend all his time playing World of Warcraft, and they thought that he just lived this isolated life. Meanwhile, he had this huge community of people who loved him and were friends with him, and these were real relationships to them. And they didn't find this out until after he died. They posted that he had passed away, and they got hundreds and hundreds of emails. So they've made a Netflix documentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's called The Remarkable Life of Ibelin. So that was his online name in the game was Ibelin Redmore. And so I'm not sure. Actually, it comes out on Friday.
Oh, there you go.
So this will be worth checking out. But his parents were blown away by this whole thing. And I get choked up thinking about it.
Sure.
But, he was living for him, what he was available or able to do, a productive and a fruitful life with friends and relationships and all this stuff.
Not hampered by his physicality. That's an amazing thing.
So thank you for sharing your stories. I apologize to Lauren. I didn't even mean to say it like that. To Lauren. Lauren's been on hold for a long time. Her stepson made friends gaming at 6 years old, still friends at 19. And Kenny met his girlfriend, gaming friend of 15 years in personal just 2 weeks ago. And I apologize to all of you. And Melissa, too, for hanging on.
Just referring back to the YouTube community real quick, I think Sap Sapio wanted everybody to know that he had everybody in the Delaware Valley wanted them to know that he had a colonoscopy this week.
All right.
And apparently he used that as a method by which to open a can of cranberries.
Exactly.
That's right, yeah.
A lot of people don't know a colonoscope or one of those things you can open cranberry sauce.
There you go, Sap.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the calls. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We got the bizarre file on the way, so hang out.
Preston and Steve on the
He's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers, The Rock,
Undertaker, sure.
But you also, you have your would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or
you can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig,
showstopper,
but he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it, so a film career in your future. Could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE in this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah. I agree completely. Just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy work.
Sure,
and, can make them a profit or get them noticed and merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need to.
When did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. It wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when
from architect?
From architect?
What do you
engineer?
mean?
Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. My family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So Like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, "I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman," or because essentially in this what they call sports entertainment, you know, it's there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still, just somehow we think. But that has to look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, well, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. Yeah. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low class art form and what people consider a high class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things.
Yeah.
But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know what
guy guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character. Like, he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about. And you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half,
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
and when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff because, you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things.
Yeah.
Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on because we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
There's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like so. And it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And
Well,
Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, need a Preston.
He'll be a
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right
Probably.
I got to imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating, I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube, and I pulled up a video of, Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid, and I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally was scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was legit. Wow. I was because I saw him whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating. He's beating that guy with a whip. That's right. What if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. That's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Have you ever heard fans? They do the woo.
So of course, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants. Have you heard those?
Yes.
Yeah. Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. That kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's how it works, man. He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
No way. Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo!
That's your thing. He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
All right, let's get to the Bizarre Five.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. They can help you with any unexpected plumbing issue this fall. Get expert plumbing repairs or replacements fast. Horizon Services help is on the way. We'll start with a story out of Ohio. A woman was accused of shooting a man in the groin on Sunday. And it's kind of an interesting story. According to authorities,
that's your nutsack.
Kathleen Geiger is accused of shooting Arthur Osborne once in the groin at an apartment. And Geiger told police that that she and the victim were engaged in harmless banter when he jokingly requested that she shoot him.
Oh.
Geiger told authorities she believed the firearm was empty at the time.
Yeah.
Police said that Geiger provided medical aid and called 911, so she was trying to help the guy. She's charged with recklessly causing the death of Osborne. The guy died. Yeah,
man.
so shot him in the nuts and it killed him.
Oh, my balls.
And I don't know what's going to end up happening with that
So
case.
don't invite people to shoot you in the groin.
Probably a good idea to listen to that advice, yeah. An elderly woman may have been kept alive by her dog sleeping on her chest after she and her husband got lost during a hike outside their home in Maine.
This is amazing.
Pamela Helmstadter is 72 years old. She was rescued Thursday after spending 4 nights in the woods in Washington County, Maine. Her dog, a black lab named Lucy, was by her side as game wardens located her that afternoon. Sergeant Josh Beal said when the canine team located her, her dog was being very protective of her and even laid down on top of her chest. It sounds like that's what the dog would do at night as well to help keep her warm. Authorities say Helmstadter the ordeal began when she and her husband, 82-year-old John, went to walk their dogs in the network of trails behind their home, and they got lost. And that's when John fell and was unable to get up. Since neither John or Pamela had their cell phones on them at the time, Pamela was able to get help. Went to go get help on foot, but she became disoriented and couldn't find her way home.
This reminds me of that scene in on Golden Pond when he's out in the woods.
Yeah,
and he's older and he just gets disoriented.
She was more.
And then he dies.
Physically, not in the movie. Capable than he was, and they made the decision for him to stay put and her to try and go find help. They spent several days out in the rain and cold weather with temperatures reaching low as 27 degrees on Wednesday night. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. He died.
Yeah.
It's unclear exactly when he passed, but officials say Pamela may have also died if it had not been for an observant neighbor who had alerted the sheriff's office about a package left on the couple's porch. Search efforts began that night. Officials ultimately found her in a forested area more than a mile from their home.
It's miraculous.
She was severely hypothermic when she was found. John's body was about 200 yards away. So that's ugh. A 28-year-old man in Greece received a suspended 1-month prison sentence for sneaking into his neighbors' homes at night to smell their shoes.
Okay.
Why not?
He admitted to having a foot fetish and expressed embarrassment, explaining that he never intended to harm anyone. Despite repeated incidents over 6 months, during which neighbors asked his family to intervene, the man was arrested October 8th. Could you please ask your son to stop coming over here and smelling our shoes?
I've got a shoe problem, Ma.
He was ordered to seek therapy while on probation.
I love the smell of shoes.
So that's what he was doing. Jerry Ray Woods was arrested after allegedly threatening Applebee's employees with a wooden baton while intoxicated. The incident occurred last Monday around 10:30 p.m. when employees spotted Woods, who had been banned from the restaurant in September for standing near his golf cart and yelling at staff, demanding to see someone he referred to as Jimmy.
Jimmy! Jimmy!
Woods, he just kept trying to yell at Jimmy.
Jimmy!
I heard he went back to Oregon.
Woods
back home to Oregon.
Retrieved a baton from his car and threatened the employees. Good thing he didn't have a flamethrower.
I take a flamethrower to this place.
That's horrible.
I'm not finished.
Leading to his arrest on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He was booked and later released on $5,000 bond. Detectives arrested a man named David Smith. He was on the run for a year after he fell through the ceiling of a Pittsburgh home on Wednesday.
I love it.
Detectives were...
Don't destroy it.
They were searching a woman's home who claimed that she didn't know where he was.
I don't know where he is.
Police checked the bedroom closet that led to the attic when suddenly Smith's foot fell through. Seconds later, the entire ceiling gave way and Smith was then arrested.
I've been around, you know.
He was wanted for probation violations in Pennsylvania and Delaware.
One of my favorite rabbit hole video things to go down is the people falling through ceilings.
It's the best.
It's hilarious.
There's one, and I think these guys are in a golf pro shop, and this dude just falls through. I mean, it just destroys everything. He hits the ground, and there's audio, too, and it just goes, "Hey, Dave." The other guy goes, "Hey, Bill." It's one of my favorites. It never, ever gets old. All right, and we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. Nadine Hansen, a recruitment manager, is set to receive payment after being ignored by her new boss, Andrew Gilchrist, and being excluded from pay raises that he gave to her colleagues. Now, Gilchrist, who had recently taken over the business, ignored Hansen's morning hello greetings and undermined her at the office, leading her to eventually resign due to anxiety and feeling undervalued. The employment judge,
You bastard!
Sarah Davies, ruled Gilchrist's actions as unreasonable, stating, "I find that there was no reasonable or proper cause for deliberately ignoring her when she arrived at work despite her greeting him 3 times.
Just being a prick.
I guess so. Hansen won her claims for an unfair firing and unauthorized deduction from wages after Gilchrist withheld her sick pay. Compensation will be determined at a later date. That is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. Reminder, it's Tuesday, and we have a chance to win a $350 gift certificate from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. They are, in fact, at 1729 South Street in Philly. And if you want some artwork samples, you want to check out what they're capable of, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos as well. And just text the word tattoo to 39333. You'll be in the running to win it. We're going to take a break. Be back in just a second, so hang out.
Preston and Steve.
You know, let's see him get in the ring with you.
Jake
Jason.
Paul and Logan Paul?
Yeah.
We had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave him props.
Yeah. I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always like it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's like one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
It's
okay. If you can,
she's huge
you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of
ideas.
ideas.
Some phone number.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well?
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together.
He didn't make the cut, though? Or did he not want to try for
No.
a big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but in the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports, so to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when that came in. It's all timing. If anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor like the athleticism and the history of like smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw,
to the pay-per-view show, and then drive to Raw the overnight and do the Cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the Cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool, like, where technology meets wrestling and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you, so we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
centrals,
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, per week.
And they're in all like.
Let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have WWE's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a machine. That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
That's a ton of stuff.
Plus NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening I think 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every like.
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board.
Wow.
That drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but
all right. Case.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go.
Thank you. Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie. That's probably something you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Okay. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill?
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So,
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase and phrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother.
We can start a restaurant.
I added a little Hulk in there, but
this bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey divot?
Where's the honey divot?
Charcuterie. All right, so I'm gonna.
He has to have the first taste.
A little corner, you can grab some cheese or meat, and this is honey that you can dip it in.
Is that the honey divot?
I think Casey said he wanted to feed me.
I did.
All right. Well, maybe that happens.
Not the first bite, though.
No, he has to. A man has to share alone time with his
I don't want to.
charcuterie.
All right, so what do you recommend? Distracted. I would go with the piece of bread, a piece of brie, just to start with, and dip it in the honey. So
you grilled this.
Yeah, I grilled it.
That's amazing.
So grab a little piece of brie there. You can tear off some of that if you want
Get
to.
in there.
And then
You said some honey?
Yeah, dip it in a little bit of honey there.
Okay.
Okay, while he's doing this, it's bothering me. You know when someone reminds you of somebody but you can't figure out who it is? It's another athlete.
Dornbos!
Okay, is that it?
Yeah. He reminds you of Dornbos?
Yes, it's the way he speaks.
Okay, he's got a bite. Is it a little crunchy? Or yeah, because you got a corner piece. So.
You picked the crunchiest part.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, that's good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yay! So we have breakfast of champions right now.
Now Casey's going to, I think he's going to feed Drew a piece of it. Yeah, because they went on social media about this.
Okay.
Casey had said he would like to feed him a piece.
Maybe a little less crunchy.
Okay, I'm going to
Something that won't blow his teeth out of his skull.
The corner's very crunchy. I apologize.
No, it's good, man.
It went a little long.
Good.
You know, Casey gave an enema to Ric Flair once, so this
That's where the woo came from.
That's where the woo came from.
You created the
All right. So you want some meat?
Yeah, give me some savory.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
that the
from
woo came
enema
from that.
for Casey.
Yeah, a little prosciutto.
Yeah.
I would recommend this cheese right there. That's called Prima Donna. It is a Gouda. It is fantastic.
Okay, Prima Donna.
And you can either go with the honey or not. It's up to you. So
good.
All right, Case, make this matter.
That's a big piece.
He's
he's a big man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Buddy.
All right, he is
No,
now-
Case, do the plane.
Yeah.
Do the plane.
Can I get an airplane?
Who's a big boy?
From the top row! From the top turnbuckle!
From the top turnbuckle all the way into Drew's
That's a
mouth.
first.
So yeah.
So this thing is so it looks so good. I've got to try some.
When we get into the break, you guys can have at it. I made it for here. We can. The staff can help themselves.
Drew, how's your barbecuing and cooking?
Give him a minute.
Is this something you think you could tackle?
We need some water.
Yeah.
buddy.
No, that's good. So, yeah, grilling. I know nothing about it.
Okay.
But so I just bought my first house. And, thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah. Where's home for you, by the way? Now.
So right now I'm in Orlando, but I
Okay.
come up to Philly as much as I can.
On the auto train.
Yeah, I just take the auto train up there on the gyrocopter.
Right. The Vince McMahon gyrocopter.
the Gulag copter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, so you just got a house. That's cool.
Yeah, we just got a house down there.
And are you married?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, my wife Liz.
Any kids or
No kids.
All right.
Did you ever see an alligator in the wild?
Casey is obsessed with actually seeing an alligator, not at Gatorland.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, dude,
out and about.
So the only thing we wanted to do since moving down there is like, where are the alligators? See 'em? The only time I've seen one, we visited Kennedy Space Center, and they're just on the side of the road.
Oh.
You spend enough time, you will see your share of gators, and they also have the snakes and the.
I saw one at the airport. I mean,
Yeah.
they have actually have these ponds out
Yes,
there,
yes.
and I've seen them out sunning themselves. But
My
Casey
wife
says
didn't
that
believe
doesn't
me.
count.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count. I want to see a giant one on the side of a. So we went to Rocco's Tacos one time, and there's like a giant lake behind there. And I went out, and it was at night. And my friend was saying, usually you can see their eyes like glistening in the night and stuff. I couldn't even see that. It was cold though. It was a little cold.
Yeah, it was a little chilly.
All right. So we have to get the rating 1 to 10 on the charcuterie baked board. What are you giving it?
That's a 15.
A 15!
That's a 15.
All right, excellent.
Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the breed.
Well, listen, Drew, this is awesome to meet you in person.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you for having me.
And you're back in town from time to time, so we'll find a reason to hook up again, I'm sure.
Please, anytime. This is great.
And especially if...
do you all still say, hey, bitches?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
All right, cool.
Hey, if you want to, go ahead, say it.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what?
and maybe if, maybe Monday Night Raw, you'll be back at home performing.
Philadelphia hasn't been announced yet for a tour, but I'm sure it'll be announced sometime in the near future.
That's awesome.
Usually once a year.
Yeah,
we
once or
get
twice,
it. So,
yeah.
excellent. Awesome. Well, listen, thanks so much for coming by, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you guys so much. This was awesome.
Let's hear it for Drew Goulet, guys. WWE wrestler, fan of the Preston and Steve Show, and a Philly hometown guy. I love it. Impossible Foods is now bringing more to the table. This time it's plant-based chicken nuggets.
I've had them.
Yeah.
Oh, Wait, you have? Because so have I, and they were the most disgusting things I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, then I've had different. So Hip City Veg has the best chicken nuggets I've ever tasted, and there's no chicken.
Okay, so this was sort of like, it looked like it was dark meat, but it wasn't meat. It was plant-based, and it had like a breading around it. It looked really good, and I was like, oh, I'll try this.
Right. Not good.
I was like, what is this? What is this texture? What am I eating?
So they use
plant or
seitan.
not?
I guess it is seitan, right? The often used for chicken substitute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the Satan actually cooks them.
Wait till you try this.
But they're Casey. They're excellent. We actually put them out at a party.
Yeah.
And people had no idea.
So we have a vegetarian living in my house. My oldest is now a vegetarian.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Saw this online. It was a poll that was done, it was a study that looked into Google-based data about the most Halloween-obsessed parts of the country. So it broke it down by states. And the 10 states that give out the most candy, it gave the top 10. Number 1's Pennsylvania.
All right.
Yes. I'll give you top 5. Pennsylvania, Kentucky.
Pennsylvania.
Utah, Idaho, and New Hampshire.
Not Oregon?
Are the top? No, there's no Oregon or Oregon there anywhere, unfortunately.
Oregon.
Yeah.
What about Michigan? I had always heard that Detroit had a robust.
Well, state-wise, Casey, it doesn't have that. Now, the cities that give out the most candy. Number 1 is Pittsburgh, so another Pennsylvania city.
Can't see a lot of people trick-or-treating in Detroit.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Well, it's all right, but I'm not coming from the standpoint of trick or treating. I thought you were talking about just people that embrace the holiday, like haunted houses and all that.
Hold on. There's other categories. This is the handing out the most candy.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is give out the most candy.
So Pittsburgh?
Pennsylvania's number 1. Pittsburgh is number 1 for cities. And Casey, I don't see Detroit on there. Now, the states that decorate the most for Halloween.
All right,
so that's
all
kind of
right.
a different category. Number 1 is Utah. Number 2, Pennsylvania.
Hey!
How's your house looking? Have you?
It's looking very good.
You posted anything yet?
Yes. Well, I threw up a few pictures on my social media. I can send Marissa over some stuff. Listen, there are people who are just rocking. The Inquirer had a selection of pictures from people's houses, and they're just doing phenomenal stuff. As I say, like Linus had a sincere pumpkin patch.
Yeah.
My display is a sincere, slightly more aggressive, hard display, but you've seen it.
Yeah.
So I have a few additions. Honestly, this year I thought because of time constraints and we're doing the mutiny on the Marshallu, and setting that up, it's later than it's ever been done.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if I was going to be able to get it done the way I wanted to. And wouldn't you know, everything fell in just so.
Oh, and you had great weather to do it all, too.
Exactly. And I think it looks pretty damn good.
I took my daughter slept over a friend's house the other day, and so I was driving her through Drexel Hill, and I was like, oh, I wonder if that house is still there. There's this little house that's right off of Vermont Road that they do it up, right? They have a hearse in their front yard.
Yeah.
They put up a fake fence that looks like, a fence for like an old haunted mansion and stuff. I'm like, where do they store all this stuff?
Well, you got to have the storage. Now, we do have some storage, which is good. But the thing is that for the display is that difficult word I'm attempting to say. We have a small tract of land right in front of the house that kind of is perfect for doing these things.
Yeah.
So that's where I put it all.
The main reason I don't like decorating for Halloween and Christmas or doing up big decorations is storing all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it takes up a lot of room, and we're busting at the seams. There's no room for any of that stuff.
I started to clear out a lot, so I just did all of my Halloween decorations. I got rid of stuff that, when Jace was little, some of the stuff like I had like a blow up spider, like that kind of stuff I got rid of, and I had him go through with me, and I was like, what should we keep? What do you want to get rid of? And I was like, how about all of the gravestones for the front yard? Do you still want to do that?
No, you never thought those.
Oh, Steve, he was like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay.
Kathy,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Kathy, you're a plant person. Do you ever, because I do like mums and asters and things like that, do you ever plant those after you put them on display?
I hate mums. No, Nick, no, not
I
the
retract
mums.
my question.
No, not the mums, because I hate the way when they get so big if you plant them in the ground and then they split.
Yeah.
And there's probably a way to avoid that, but to me, they don't last long enough. I do more of like the coleus and the pansies and peppers and kale and
Cabbage?
stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I meant. Cabbage. Yeah.
Is that why you hate mums? Because they split?
I hate mums in the ground because they split, and I hate them in the planters because they don't last long.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hate mums.
Mums
hater.
is the word.
Mum hater.
Yeah.
Whatever. You
I like mums. I think they look
Mumophobe.
delightful.
Yeah, they
but
do.
you're right. The
They-
cabbages last a long time. They work in cold weather.
Yeah, and they do look delightful, but it's for me, it's like to spend that money for it to be so short. I like some of the other stuff that lasts a little longer.
I got you. By the way, the 5 cities that decorate most for Halloween. Let me finish the top 5. Decorate most for Halloween states: Utah, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Texas, New Hampshire. And then cities that decorate the most for Halloween: Denver is number 1.
Yeah.
Followed by Vegas, Portland, Boston, and Austin.
Boston and Austin?
Austin, Massachusetts.
Boston and Austin.
That's from road trip.
Preston, I do like pumpkins. Did you happen to see my front porch yet?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll pull up a picture for you.
Okay.
Did you have that service? Did you have the woman come by? Yeah, she's awesome. She does provides a service with the gourds and pumpkins.
Yeah, and you know what? So
and I forgot to do it this year.
She is Pumpkin and Pine Company, but a lot of people are doing. I'm seeing more and more companies, Steve, doing the exact same
It's
thing.
such a good look.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would you get like 50 pumpkins on your front and gourds
was
and
just
things?
telling you that I liked
It's
pumpkins.
gorgeous.
I noticed. It is gorgeous.
What do you do when you're done with them?
Nick, actually, this weekend. Jason,
You're back around after the mums thing.
Yes, I am. Jace is going to have a pumpkin carving party with some friends. And then my friend, I bag them all up when I decorate for Christmas. I bag them all up what's left that the squirrels didn't eat. And my friend takes them to her family farm and they feed it to the animals.
All right. I was going to ask, can you take them to the Elmwood Park Zoo or something like that and feed them to the bison?
Yeah, you know, one of my really good
that's
friends,
cool.
one of my really good friends, her family has a farm out in Doylestown and they have animals and it's useful for them.
You know how much stuff? So we have this this hill behind us. It's not. It's just like public land and it's overgrown and everything. And I don't know what vegetables animals eat, but we throw all our stuff back there. And I'm like, the deer will eat it. I don't know if deer eat freaking pumpkins or whatever. Or,
They like fruit
actually said
roll-ups.
squirrels do.
Yeah,
so.
squirrels do.
The squirrels do. And actually, this company has a trick that she won't reveal to anybody. But I would say 95% of my pumpkins are still intact. The squirrels have not gotten to them. For whatever reason, there are 2 pumpkins that they keep going after, and they have dug through it. But the majority of them are pretty good.
Here, Nancy has a mum trick for you, Kathy.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Nancy. Good morning.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Nance.
Okay, so my neighbors always used to throw their mums out and pull them out because they were splitting all the time until I told them the trick. You have to trim them back at Memorial Day and trim them back again at 4th of July. And then by the time the fall comes, they're not as big and falling over and they don't ever split.
Okay. Wait, but they're still alive in during 4th of July?
So mums start coming up before Memorial Day. They start coming up out of the ground.
Okay.
If you trim them back on Memorial Day and you trim them back again on 4th of July, then when they're blooming, they're not as big and long and leggy and they don't split.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right, there you go. Problem solved.
Yeah, I like little tricks
What
like
else
that.
can we fix?
Well,
Thanks,
I like
Nancy.
little tricks like that. So anybody who has any gardening tricks, let me know.
We have the issue with the deer eat all of our flowers all the time. So I got my mom a rose bush for Mother's Day.
I got my mom a shotgun.
And she, when we planted it, it had roses on it, and the next day it had no roses on it whatsoever. My mother-in-law told me to sprinkle our flowers with cayenne pepper.
Cayenne pepper, I've heard.
It works a little bit. I mean, and sometimes the deer just go around it. It depends on how heavily populated your neighborhood is with deer. By the way, just getting back to pumpkins real quick, people use them as deer bait, Preston, while hunting.
Okay.
So if you're a hunter,
Interesting.
they will use used pumpkins, pumpkin seeds, that kind of thing, and it'll lure deer in. They love eating them.
Okay. Casey, have you tried arsenic on the flowers?
I should try that next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what you can use?
Dead deer in his backyard.
I mean, the deer are
Tannerite.
they're so bad
Tannerite.
in my neighborhood that our HOA they put out a poll to see if we would be okay with them culling the deer population. I know it's so hard. I don't want to tell you which way I voted.
We can go hunting.
You voted
in your
yes.
neighborhood?
I voted no.
Case, doesn't it look like that when they come and they eat your plants? Like it looks like somebody's taken a scissor to the top of every single stem.
Just clipped every
They
little.
clip all of them.
They're so darn adorable.
I
know
love
what they're
them.
like.
Yeah.
Well, so anyhow, we live in a state that is considered to be one of the top Halloween obsessed places in the country.
Yeah, I've always loved it.
And with that, Marissa and intern Lily assembled an interesting list. So when you go to buy a pre-made costume, if you're not going to make your own,
Right. It's like Spirit or something.
yes, a lot of times they are branded. Characters and things like that you want to be. So the stores can't sell them under that name.
Because they have to pay the rights.
They have to sell them under a creative name. And Marissa and Lily came up with a list of bootleg Halloween costume names. And what I thought might be kind of fun with you guys is I throw out the bootleg name, and then you see if you can identify what it is, what the actual character is I'm describing.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'll let you go because Jace we got one this year.
Yeah, it could be on the list.
You should probably write them down. Or what do you think?
Let's just say it out
Or you
loud.
just want to say it out loud?
Tattoo them?
Yeah. Writing is too much work.
Writing is work. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right. How about this? Jumpin' red and blue and red plumber guy.
Oh, it's
Mario
and
Brothers.
Luigi.
The Super Mario.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's too funny.
This is easy.
Come on.
All right. This one is called White Clam.
White clam?
Glam?
Clam.
White clam.
Kathy,
Is
stop
that a
thinking
White
of-
Claw?
Yes, it is.
Is it really?
Yes.
Okay.
See, I never would have gotten
Clam?
that.
No.
Yeah. So instead of White Claw, they call it White Clam.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Oh,
We
here,
wanna
all right.
buzz in?
All right, we're going to buzz in. Marissa brought in bells.
All right.
If you think you know the answer. So that way we're not, everybody's just throwing them out there.
Mine's the F4, so you guys know that's.
I know it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we're not going to keep score. We're just going to have fun. You're the really high pitch one.
Hello, guys. I know that answer.
All right, here we go. Prepubescent frog of Silent War. This is stupid.
What?
This is stupid, Casey.
Is it Kermit the Frog?
No, and it's not a frog.
Oh.
Kathy.
Well, I was going to say like, the princess kissed the frog.
Yeah, no, this is dumb. Prepubescent, that should be the key. Prepubescent frog of Silent War. Forget frog. Think of another animal that has a shell.
That goes through puberty.
Yeah.
What?
That has a shell.
Teenage
Turtle?
Bring in. Nick?
Is that it?
Donatello.
This is
Teenage Mutant Ninja
That
Turtle,
is
yeah.
ridiculous.
That is dumb.
Frog?
All right.
Frog?
I mean, White Claw. White
I know,
Clam.
I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, here's another one. Sponge Baby Casey.
Is it SpongeBob?
Yes.
Sponge baby what?
Plush. Short Sponge Baby short plush.
Rectangle pants.
Geometrical pants.
All right, Aqua Hero. Who was that?
Aquaman.
It was
Is that
Steve,
you?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Blue Speed Mouse.
Sonic.
Casey and Nick are harmonizing.
That was not me.
That was
Oh.
Steve.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Steve?
I thought it was Speedy Gonzalez.
No, Casey.
Is it Sonic?
Sonic the Hedgehog,
Ah,
yes.
yeah.
All right. A lad in a costume. I can't tell who the hell's ringing. Kathy.
Aladdin.
Yeah, very good. Blue Gnome Father. Nick.
No, that was
Papa
Steve.
Smurf.
Casey. Steve. Papa Smurf is correct, yes. All right, this will be super duper easy. How about Orphan Boy Witch?
Harry Potter.
Nick, Casey, Steve.
Oh my God!
You sound like my dad
Why
when he
do
was
we
pissed
have
off at one of us.
Grandmother meeting the boys.
Oh my God.
Tom,
my dad,
Nick,
you're like,
David, Joshua, Matthew.
Get in here. All right, The Purple Artist. Oh, Case.
Prince.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Web Slinger Boy. Steve.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, yes. Dead Parents Hero.
Big Hero 6?
No. Casey.
I would say Batman.
Yes.
Is the guy? Okay.
Yeah,
Because his parents are dead.
Huh.
Can you believe that? Look, and we're looking at it now. Look at it's the worst Batman costume ever.
But it even has
Parents hero.
Dead Parents Hero. Oh, Mommy, can I be Dead Parents Hero for Halloween?
it has the Batman logo though.
Yeah. How can they get away with the Batman logo
And they have a
and
Batman illustration.
and not say the name Batman?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. All right. How about this one? These are knockoff Halloween costume names or bootleg Halloween costume names. Biscuit Beast.
Oh,
Wait, who wrong?
I was first, but I think
Steve.
I'm wrong. Pillsbury Doughboy?
No.
Cookie Monster.
Yes.
Hey!
Biscuits are
Beast.
cookies
Yeah.
in
Biscuit
the UK.
Beast.
Men's out of space costume.
Well,
Kathy.
no, because I was going to say astronaut, but you could
No.
call it an astronaut.
Right, exactly. Men's out of space costume. This
Men's
is
out of space
dumb.
costume?
Dumb. It's a villain. Casey.
Is it Darth Vader?
It is Darth Vader.
Wow. That good guess, Case.
All right, how about this one? This is stupid. Factory worker girl. No. No.
No.
I'm not even going to.
Go ahead.
It's not your standard. It's what?
With the red headband?
No, not Rosie the Riveter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I would think of. No, Oompa Loompa.
Oompa Loompa?
I guess it's a girl's Oompa Loompa costume.
Girls Oompa Loompa, yeah.
That's dumb. All right, missing boy. Steve.
A-Town Pates.
No. He was missing.
Is that a costume?
like
He was a kid that was missing. No.
Missing boy.
Missing boy. This is a character from a book where you would have to find this particular
Oh, is it
person.
Where's Waldo?
Where's
Oh, my
Waldo?
That sounds much more tragic.
Missing boy.
Where's Waldo sounds more, but missing boy. And it doesn't even look. They're using orange stripes instead of the red
Yeah,
stripes.
that's not a good missing boy
No.
costume.
All right. How about this? Cartoon dog costume.
This could be a multitude.
Scooby Doo.
No. Try another one.
Clifford.
No. Nick.
Goofy.
Think more current.
Oh.
Casey.
Bluey.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here's an easy one. Jokester. Steve.
The Joker?
Yeah.
Jokester.
All right, here, Beetle Man.
Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Beetle
I almost said it.
John Lennon.
All right, how about this? Juice Demon.
Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It was two separate ones. here.
Juice Demon.
Depending on what Halloween store you went
Man,
to.
some of these are doubled up.
Yeah.
Demon.
Mr. Smiley. We already,
Is that the Joker?
The Joker.
yeah,
yeah.
Joker,
Okay.
yeah. Weeknights at Teddy's. Casey.
5 Nights at Freddy's?
Yes.
Okay.
You're getting these.
Teddy's.
Only Thursdays.
All right, this one I don't get. It's Carly.
Carly Simon?
No. Who are you?
Oh, and I'm Carly Simon. What?
Is it Barbie by any
You're
chance?
so vain. It is not Barbie, but it's a female character.
Is it Sabrina Carpenter?
It is not Sabrina Carpenter. It's a
Oh.
female character.
Oh.
Carly.
Not iCarly.
Carly. Think of someone's first name that rhymes with Carly and is a character.
Charlie?
No.
Marley.
Female, well, Charlie or female
Farley.
Charlies.
Kaflarley's?
Chris Farley?
Chris Farley.
This one is
Farley.
this is a female villain
Christine Farley.
whose name rhymes with Carly.
Gnarly.
Carly Bin.
What? Oh, Harley Quinn.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Carly.
Carly.
These are knockoff, or these are bootleg Halloween costumes. They can't use the actual names of them, so they come up with these dumbass names. Here's one. This is a real human being. Retro artist.
Andy Warhol?
No. But you're in the right ballpark, and you got to ring in.
Oh. Andy Warhol?
No. Casey.
Is it Andy Warhol?
It is not Andy Warhol. Nick.
Picasso.
No.
Salvador Dali?
What's the clue again?
No. Retro artist.
All right.
Think more pop culture.
Andy Warhol?
No. I know he's a
Banksy.
pop artist, but Kathy?
Banksy?
No.
Oh.
Oh.
I just
YMCA?
gestured something. No, not YMCA.
Village People?
Walk
the-
like an Egyptian.
No.
The
What is
Bangles.
that? What is he doing?
He's got a big head. Hat.
Come on, Kathy.
The painter. What the hair? Bob.
Bob Ross.
Kath,
Look
they could've
at
given you a
this
clue.
terrible costume.
Oh, we're looking at the picture of this. This is
It looks like he has
horrible beard.
His beard is made out of sausage.
Yeah, that's dumb. That's another dumb one. A lot of these are dumb.
He looks like a rapist.
What was the walk like an Egyptian thing you did though?
This is his hair.
Walk like an
This is it. This is his afro.
I was getting the
I'm making an
bangles.
afro.
Does his head move like that?
So I move my head and then the hair
There
moves.
goes.
Like
I
Neil
was-
Sean of
I
Jersey.
was so getting bangles. The bang.
You'd do great at charades.
Thank you.
Susanna Hoffs.
All right, you ready for the next one? There's a whole lot on here.
Yeah.
Burger Fam. Casey.
I don't know.
Okay.
Burger Fam.
Yeah, Burger Fam.
Hamburglar.
It's a whole show.
Oh.
Is it Bob's
Oh,
Burgers?
Bob's
It is
Burgers,
Bob's
yeah.
Burgers.
Okay.
You have to ring in.
Oh, yeah, I did, but
Okay. Okay.
Then I-
All right, here's,
yeah,
okay.
you know.
Oh, you'll never get this one. all
Okay.
right? Bert Sampson.
Bart Simpson.
Bort.
Jesus Christ.
Bort license plates in the gift shop.
Bert Sampson.
Bert
I have a son named Bort.
All right, you guys will never get this.
Himmer?
You'll
Himmer
never-
Sampson?
No. Hang on, let's see how many we have left. All right, we have a few left. You'll never get this one. Boys video game murder costume.
Whoa.
Boys video game murder costume.
Yeah, so Casey?
Is it Fortnite?
No.
No? All right.
It's a title of a game, like you were saying, Fortnite, but it has to do with someone who kills people.
It's a character in the game.
No, it's the actual game itself. I don't know why.
Grand Theft Auto.
No, but that's a good guess. Boys video game murder costume. Steve, you've definitely played this game.
Resident Evil?
What is someone called that you hire to kill someone?
Hitman.
Not a hitman. A professional.
An assassin?
Assassin's Creed.
Yes, Assassin's Creed. All right. Electric chinchilla.
Electric chinchilla.
Yeah. I need some music, Case.
Okay,
I need
yeah,
some filler
yeah,
music.
yeah.
Something. This is we're stalling here.
Because they used there are clues that mean another animal. So I'm like, is this a substitute for a rabbit or something like
Electric rabbit?
No, it's a type of animal, but it is not based on any reality whatsoever.
that? Okay.
Think anime or manga type of.
Pikachu?
Yes.
Oh, good work, Steve.
Oh.
I didn't get a bell out of you. Thank you.
Andy Warhol?
No. All right. How about this? Blue scientist.
Dr.
Steve.
Manhattan?
No, not Dr. Manhattan.
Oh, it's a good guess.
This one's dumb too.
Oppenheimer?
No.
Neil deGrasse.
No.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Blue scientist?
Yeah,
black.
He's black.
Oh.
No.
Same thing.
But they couldn't say black scientist.
Right, yeah.
Right.
No, I'm going to give this
They didn't
to you.
own the rights to black.
It's Rick Sanchez, which I believe is from Rick and Morty.
Oh, yeah.
Am I correct about that?
I guess.
Okay. This one is called The Child. This is dumb.
The Child.
The
Child. Chucky?
Casey, did you ring in?
I did.
Chucky?
I'm going to go with Kathy's answer.
Not Chucky, no.
The Child. Baby Jesus?
No. It's not a human child.
Okay.
Boss Baby?
No. That's a human.
Yeah.
Well, but it's a cartoon.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
But no, I
Oh,
mean,
I see.
the
I see.
character is not human.
All right. I might as well go for it.
Yes.
Andy Warhol?
No. The character's first name is Baby. Sorta. That's what people call him.
Baby Driver.
No. Baby fish.
Baby Fish Mouth. Sweeping the nation.
No, baby Yoda. Oh, well, look at it. That's actually a cute costume. It's a little kid in a Yoda costume. That's pretty
The
cute.
Child. Well, they did call him the, yeah, okay.
The Child.
They actually put the, well, they classified it, I'm sure it's not on the packaging, as from The Mandalorian.
All right, here's another one you won't get. Pixel Robot Monster.
Pixel Robot
Minecraft?
Monster.
Yes.
Minecraft.
Wow.
It says
okay.
Minecraft.
Nice.
It says Minecraft email.
email?
What the hell's that?
Maybe that's how they correspond with their friends.
Okay. Pixel, Robot, Monster. Yeah. It's one of the, I forgot what those characters were called.
Yeah.
They're called Pixel Robot Monster.
No. I forgot what they're called, but Kathy, you know what that is.
That's a terrible costume, by the way.
Okay, we're going through bootleg costume names and what they're actually supposed to be. This is dumb. Potter Teacher Wizard Boy.
Snape.
Wait. No, not Snape.
Oh.
But you're in
Gotta
the
be
right
professor.
You're in the ballpark. Yeah, Potter Teacher Wizard Boy.
Potter Teacher Wizard Boy. It's not going to be Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore?
Yes.
Hey!
Well, I guess he ran the school.
Yeah,
It's just
he's
funny
a
that
professor.
they can get away with saying Potter.
Yeah.
But they can't say Dumbledore.
Yeah. But
And
I guess a potter could be
Yeah.
someone who pots.
Are they spelling it Podder?
No, it's
That's
P-O-T-T-E-R.
what they should have done.
All right, here's an easy one. Comb over candidate. Casey.
Is that Trump?
Yeah, it's Trump.
You know, by the way, I was in our supply closet yesterday, getting some stuff for this video that we were shooting. We have a bunch of costumes in there. I came across, I thought it was like a Luigi costume. There are so many things in there.
Did the baby, we had the baby doll, did that work out?
Yeah.
We had a really realistic looking baby that I purchased years ago that we've never gotten to use.
And do you remember the toilet that was in the middle of our office for a number
Is
of
it
years?
in there?
That's in
It's
there?
in the supply.
Good thing we kept that. Yeah,
We
glad
should-
kept that.
Do we have enough costumes where you could dig in there and create something
Yes.
that is, you're attempting to make a costume out of costume pieces? You know what I mean?
I think so.
How about Wizard Toilet Boy?
Maybe we try to identify what that is if you go and put a costume on and say.
Kind of like an emoji code.
All right, yes. I would like to see you go in and piece together something that basically a real world version of this contest we're playing right now.
Ooh.
Right?
Okay.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, something like that. You come out and you wear it and you're like, all right, who am I?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You're Wizard Toilet Boy.
Right.
But it wouldn't be
we
Wizard
could-
Toilet Boy.
We could name it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And then sell it as
Yeah.
spirit.
All right.
Yes, do you have Wizard Toilet Boy? I heard about it on a show.
All right, here's another one. These are the knockoff costumes. Fairy Tale Darling. I heard
me.
Steve first.
It was Nick.
No, I heard Nick first then.
Cinderella?
Not quite. Kathy.
Oh,
Steve.
Go ahead,
Are you
Kathy.
ready?
I was going to say Tinkerbell.
No.
That's what I was going to say, Tinkerbell.
No. It's a Fairy Tale
Snow
Darling. Yes.
Okay.
You didn't ring in.
Oh,
Thank you.
Snow White.
What is Snow White?
Fairy Tale Darling Tramp.
I'll take what is Snow White for 2000.
Produce eating bitch.
Deceased hero. This is dumb. This kid. No, I'm stopping this right now. Because this quote unquote deceased hero can't die.
Oh, is it the Crow?
No,
Oh. Is it God?
this is not God.
Baby Jesus.
Jesus?
It was one of the top grossing movies this year.
Jesus?
No,
Barbie?
Deadpool.
Oh, Deadpool.
Oh, Deadpool. Oh, come on.
Deceased hero.
Look
Well,
at
dead.
this
Dead.
terrible,
Oh, my God.
terrible Deadpool costume.
His eyes are like,
Yeah. He's actually got dark circles under his eyes.
He could be one of the variants.
you're right.
You know?
Yes.
This is a deceased
Yeah.
Deadpool.
This is the Spirit Halloween Deadpool.
This is a list Marissa and intern Lily put together. Bootleg Halloween costume names. All right, see if you can identify this one. It's a lengthy description. Paper company accountant spilling a pot of chili. Who was first?
Wow.
That was me.
That's Nick. Or maybe Casey.
Casey, I
It was
think.
definitely me, but
All right, Case, go ahead.
you same time?
1, 2, 3.
Kevin.
Yep, Kevin Malone from The Office. Well done.
Nice.
Okay.
That's a great costume. Look at this.
That's a cute little baby.
That's actually a
adorable.
good costume.
With a male pattern baldness.
Yeah, he's got a male pattern baldness wig and a little suit, and he's got a pot of chili that's spilled over.
Have you seen the baby they have the stroller set up where it is a putting green and the baby's coming through the hole as the golfer from Caddyshack?
That's great.
It's terrific.
Great idea. All right, how about this one? The Woodland Warrior. I will tell you it's from a video game. Steve.
Oh, no. I retract it.
Woodland Warrior. It's from a video game that's been around for a long time. It's one of my all-time favorite games.
Is it Zelda?
Who's the character?
Oh, freaking Zelda?
Freaking Zelda? Freaking Zelda.
Freaking
Nick?
Zelda.
What's it begin with? Link. That's
yeah.
it.
I was trying to help you.
I know, and I'm terrible at reading lips.
All right, if I were to say 80s rock legend, what would you say? Steve.
Billy Ocean.
No.
80s
Van Halen?
rock.
Oh, wait. I have a good guess.
Go ahead.
Springsteen.
No. That's a good one, though.
It is a good one.
Steve.
Van Halen?
No.
Okay. 80s rock legend.
Yeah.
Cyndi Lauper.
No. I will tell you, rock legend.
Okay.
I think this is the greatest front man of all time.
Freddie Mercury.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well done.
Okay.
Green Giant. Casey.
The Hulk?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was a Green Giant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho. What?
I got Hulk hands here.
Casey has Hulk.
All right,
hands.
put-
Marissa brought in all our
Yeah.
costume
Oh my God.
stuff.
Put them together.
Yeah. Okay. I have a few more here. Do you want to do any more?
Yes.
Okay. This is dumb. How many times have I said that during this segment?
Yeah,
This is
a
dumb.
lot.
These are horrific. And not only that, save for a handful, I find all of the costumes themselves terrible.
Yeah, and you know what? And you pay out the ass for it.
I
too.
know.
They're
Yes.
expensive and they look
It would
terrible.
be better to put your own together.
All right, here's the next one. Fade in, fade out desert dweller. You'll never get this. This doesn't make any sense at all. Fade in, fade out desert dweller. Where does the fade in, fade out come from? Nick?
Coyote.
No.
Oh.
This is, I'll tell you this straight up. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Cyndi Lauper?
No. It's a Star Wars reference.
Is it a Sand People?
It is not Sand People.
Oh, no. Okay.
Is it
Then.
a sand people?
Is it a Sand
It is not a Sand People.
It's not a Sand People?
I'm pleasure to meet you, Sand People.
Who else was on? Was that Dagobah?
No, it's Tatooine.
That's a
Tatooine.
pejorative.
Who else is on Tatooine?
Oh, well, is it Luke Skywalker?
No, but it's a desert dweller.
Oh.
Oh, is it the Sarlacc?
No, it's not the Sarlacc.
Is it a Sand People?
That's not a Sand People.
Is it a Sand Person?
They in Spaceballs they lampoon these characters.
Oh, the
Jawas.
Oh, they do fade in and out, yeah. All right.
They fade in and out.
What
Well,
the
they
hell
kinda
is
like-
that about?
They sort of hide into the rocks and stuff.
No, I think maybe that is a tribute to Mazzy Star.
Oh, that
Fade
is a good
into
song.
was the name of the song.
Houdini.
Here is this is a thing that you dress as.
Adam's Family.
No, next gen game box.
PS5?
Try a different one.
PS4?
No, not
Xbox.
PS. Yes, Xbox. That's what it is.
God almighty.
All right, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 6 more. Blockhead. No.
Oh,
Yeah.
Charlie Brown.
No.
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 Lego?
Steve. Yes.
Yeah.
Well done.
that's
Dude, by the
fun.
way, Lego at Costco, they have Lego luggage. Like the suitcase actually looks like a giant Lego
Should've
piece.
gotten-
I know, but I don't need any more.
Is it shaped like it?
It's shaped like a Lego block, and then it also comes with a carry-on that's more. So the Lego block is plasticky, like regular luggage.
So for that sexual rendezvous and the when you meet that special lady and you pull you.
that looks
wow!
Isn't that great?
This is good.
It's really, really good. And then it also comes with a carry-on that's more of like a canvasy material.
Do they actually fit together? Are there indentations on the other? Because we're seeing the side that is the connector.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Because they're in a box. So.
Oh, all right.
Oh, a lot of our texters are playing along. I wish I would have looked earlier. Somebody thought that that the fade in, fade out desert dwellers were space people.
They come from space.
They come from
but
space,
they don't
not
come
from here. No.
They are the space people.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one.
They come from space, so they don't come from here.
They are space people. All right, next is, and this is dumb too. Mini lady? No.
No.
Mini lady?
Yeah, you'll never get it. It's a minion.
Oh.
Mini lady.
What?
I see
Well-
them as kind of.
It might be a female.
I thought it was
like,
Minion.
Tangina from Poltergeist.
By the way, I follow this gal on Instagram who is a voiceover artist, and she is Latina, but she is the voice of Minions.
Oh.
And there's video of her recording the
I love
sessions,
that.
and it's awesome. She's doing all this gibberish. It's
The
hilarious.
Minions are great. They've gone to the well a little too often, but they are great.
All right, so next is Uncle Popstar.
Uncle Popstar.
Think early 1990s sitcom. Yes.
Uncle Jesse?
Yes.
Oh my God, Uncle
Jesus.
Popstar.
He was dressing as Uncle Jesse. Casey
John Stamos
is wearing a Ronald Reagan mask. As I turned to look at him.
Do you remember we bought those for the
For Point Break?
for Keenan's? Yeah.
I had no
Oh, that is
idea
that's
that you
right.
had that on until I looked up.
What are you? You're executive jelly bean eater.
That's
Right?
it. Yes.
Do you have the executive jelly bean eater contest?
I mean, I think of Bodie immediately from Point Break.
Monkey companion jelly bean eater.
Okay. 3 more, and then we're done. Clown monster.
Pennywise.
Yes, Pennywise. Police dog. Steve.
Stallone?
No. Forget it. We're going to wrap this up. Chase from Paw Patrol.
I would never have gotten that.
And then the last one is fork costume.
Oh, Forky.
Yes,
Toy
Kathy.
Story.
Great, Kat.
Casey, Andy Warhol right now.
That's right.
Yes.
That's why I put it on. Andy Warhol is finally the right answer.
I think that was from Talk Like Bill Weston.
Was it?
Yes. He's wearing a gray wig.
It looks good.
Does it?
To reference
You've got some good stuff.
the silver pony. It looks good, Case.
Thank you.
Yeah. You look good with
I
that.
hate wigs. I can't.
Oh, do you
they're
sweat?
Gray
itch.
shag.
I sweat. They're itchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I try it on? Oh, yeah. Let Steve try it on.
Can I try?
I don't know that I don't really wear wigs. So I
Not
don't
even for
know.
like costumes and stuff?
I usually don't.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
even
Casey's
you
right.
wear-
For somber family events?
Preston, didn't you wear a wig when you were Gene Simmons? Not Gene Simmons.
military?
The other one, the exercise guy.
Oh,
Simmons?
Richard Simmons.
Richard Simmons.
I don't even know.
Simmons.
They're brothers.
Richard.
I don't know what would be funnier. Gene Simmons doing the Richard Simmons class, sweating for the oldies, or Richard Simmons playing bass for Kiss.
All right, you fat bitches, it's time to get up and shake your booties.
Case, can I have a wig?
Oh yeah.
Case is
Am
a
I
mullet.
wearing this correctly? I do not
I
think so.
mean,
No,
sure, why
you
not?
are not. That is not how it's worn. It's all covered
Jace's
in-
costume is Ghostface. I
Oh,
know-
yeah.
Nice.
When we went to get it, we saw that had that name to it
Oh, yeah.
instead of Scream.
That is the name, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
What, Ghostface? Yes.
Yeah.
That's the name of the character in it, Kathy, is
So how are they able to do that?
Beautiful.
I guess it depends on where you buy it from, maybe.
maybe they got the rights.
I'm going to put on a wig, too. Hang on. Give me a second here.
Yeah, these are annoying because they never have a front.
All right.
Hang on.
Put this mask on, but don't look.
What?
At
Okay.
it. Don't know what you're putting on.
Don't know what you're
Glasses or
being.
no?
Yeah.
Once you put on a wig, Kathy, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there a way to actually style it?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you can. Well, you should probably actually brush it before you put it on.
Right. Okay. Nick is wearing a mask. Casey told him not to look at what mask it is. Are we going to try to give him clues as to what it is and see if he can guess?
Yes.
Oh, this is
One word clues.
Okay.
All right.
All right, just real quick, I have to look out the nose hole to see.
All right, Nick. My clue. We'll each give him one clue.
Yeah. All
right. Dick.
Nixon?
Yes.
That was-
All right. My
No,
clue.
Peter North.
Yeah.
Casey.
John Holmes.
John Holmes.
What your clue?
My
what?
clue. Nick, see if you can get this.
All right.
Watergate.
Oh.
Millhouse.
Is that his middle name?
Yeah.
Richard
Okay.
Milhouse Nixon.
I'm kind of digging this long hair for a moment.
Oh my God! You're back in. He's bringing you back.
Back in the band days.
Mhm.
I look like from the Foreigner, Lou Graham, right?
I think you look like Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Actually, a little like Michael McDonald, Steve.
Ah. All right. Well, anyhow, we are apparently the state of Pennsylvania, the most Halloween obsessed part of the country. And
You look like Lita Ford on Really Hard Times, Preston. Yeah.
went to the party on Saturday night. I got to fight. Yeah, big thing.
Let's have the early bird special. I had my dinner at 2:00.
All right. Thank you for joining us for this. I hope you enjoyed it. We certainly did. But we do need to take a break as we have a guest who is in the Acme Lounge.
He's one of our favorites. In fact, he is part of a movie where I'm sure you're going to be seeing many costumes related to this.
Yeah, he's in Terrifier 3, one of the top movies in the country right now. So we'll take a break, and our buddy Dana Roebuck will be in the studio. And don't forget, Tattoo Tuesday, text word tattoo 39333. We'll see if you win a little bit later on. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on
more pescatarian, but we have a lot of Impossible meat in our house now,
Right.
and we do the Impossible ground beef a lot, and it is It's damn good. Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, my wife will make.
And Preston's right in the. It's not exactly. But the taste I like.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
good.
the impossible taste.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily taste exactly like beef or pork or whatever it is they're trying to simulate, but whatever it tastes like tastes good to me.
Yeah, and when you're making things like nachos, like my wife will make nachos for the household, and she'll crumple up the Impossible burger meat or whatever on there. You can't tell the difference.
Dude.
Not when it's got the cheese and the salsa and everything else with it.
I'm telling you that Impossible cheesesteak from Wilson's,
unbelievable,
was fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't stop eating it. It was excellent.
Get me the biggest cheesesteak fan in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Sit them down and give them one of those.
and don't say, all right, tell me if this tastes like meat.
Right.
Just say, eat this, and does it taste good?
Yeah.
That's the difference. So somebody who is a hardcore meat eater might say this ain't no meat or whatever. No, just set that aside. Does it taste good or not? Okay, and because that cheesesteak at Wilson's Secret Sauce is fantastic.
And what was the ingredient?
Loved it.
Was it seitan?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't
think
know.
he uses Beyond or Impossible.
I'm not sure exactly what he uses.
I think it's Impossible.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at what I had, and this restaurant changed, right? It was one healthier restaurant to the next, and they had chicken on it, and so they were called chicken. They were called chicken strips. Well, now they're just called strips, and so I ordered that thinking I was getting the chicken, and then realized, but it says plant-based, so it's a plant-based strip. It doesn't say exactly what's in it, but I'm assuming it's similar to what you're
I
talking
want
about.
plant-based strips, Mommy.
So Impossible Foods is describing this as having a golden, crispy breadcrumb. Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm interested in your chicken strips.
Stop it.
What's that special ingredient again?
It's a little
breadcrumb.
Do you guys buy that? Because I just made some.
It's great.
Here's audio of the chef, Preston.
You're gonna be my regular thing, baby.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
I think I like your reaction more than the actual flub itself. You're like, I just can't believe you just said that.
All right, having golden, crispy breadcrumb coating.
You're working in the kitchen today. Where's something low cut?
And a juicy and springy white meat texture. How was your weekend, Jackie Bam Bam?
Oh, good. How was yours, Press?
Very relaxing.
Right.
How about you? Did you relax?
I heard you tried on some jeans. I was getting worried about my leather pants and my roostered hair for the MMRBQ, more importantly.
Do you ever wear shorts?
Nah, but I do shave my legs if you need to know.
Okay.
But wait,
No doubt. No doubt.
Why? Why do you shave your legs if you're not wearing shorts?
No offense to Steve, but I think the hair should be on the head, nowhere else.
Okay.
So you shave everywhere?
Everywhere, yes.
Really? Armpits?
I've been trying to do a contest or a little promo with Casey Boy, but it's just not happening. Sales department. I want to shave Casey Boy.
I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I don't want to
You
do
should
that.
come get laser hair with me.
Oh, you get your beads
Remove it
lasered.
permanently?
Yeah.
I follow you on social media. I'm like, where does she get this done at? I could do that.
Oh, come with me.
So I will.
All right.
Do you shave your armpits?
Cut that out, what she just said, Casey.
Do you shave your armpits?
I do, yes. You want to take a look? Yeah.
Yeah, they're short.
All right,
Yeah,
there you
sure
go.
enough.
Very nice.
Okay, he's a shaver. He's
Your ass crack?
He's an O'Hare guy. You're one more step closer to Romano, man.
Yeah, Romano.
We have that in common. Wow. Okay, so this is interesting. Chrissy Teigen has admitted, listen to this,
Her again.
she underwent a cosmetic surgical procedure to have fat removed from her cheeks.
Okay.
Per a recent Instagram story she shared.
Isn't that kind of her look? She
does have kind of very roundish cheeks. Yeah.
Clearly a beautiful woman.
She wrote, I did that Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal thing here, she said.
The Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal?
I guess so, yeah. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. She added.
I can't say
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
That's amazing. I can't do that.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Now do it backwards.
I can't do that. Fat buccal diamond doctor.
Wow.
Well, I left out removal fat.
Oh, way to
All
go.
right, removal fat buccal diamond doctor. I'm reading it. I can see it written here. So
Still good.
Still pretty good.
removal fat buccal diamond doctor.
I will say this after Dr. Buchal's fat removal, that she looks different.
Yes.
Well, it's sort of that what we were talking about. Who was it yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
was Tori Spelling.
Tori Spelling. It's
Terrence and Phillip.
Yes, it gives that Terrence and Phillip look.
If you do too much, it looks like she got not like almost too much. It's,
Right.
she's
Not as
flirting
much
with
as
it.
Tori.
With Dr. Buchel's fat removal?
Wait, what's Buchel? Because his name's Diamond. What's the Buchel?
Dr. Diamond Buchel fat
I
removal.
assume the buccal is the kind
Procedure?
of fat.
Oh.
It is, or the buccal fat removal.
So it's Dr. Diamond Buchel's fat removal.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
Okay, it's not plural.
Maybe someday they'll have a Dr. Diamond buccal fat replacement.
Yes, and fill those cheeks back up again.
Exactly. Theater royalty in the form of Kristen Chenoweth, Julie Taymor, and Lin-Manuel Miranda welcomed back boisterous audiences to Wicked, The Lion King, and Hamilton for the first time since the start of the pandemic, making Tuesday as the unofficial return of Broadway. Chenoweth surprised the crowd at Wicked by appearing on stage for a speech at the same stage where she became a star years ago. And she said the fitting line, she said, "There's no place like home."
Right.
Coming back there. And the crowd hooted and hollered and gave her a standing ovation. You could hear him hoot.
It's not a hoot.
Several hoots and a couple of hollers. That'd be kind of scary.
It would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I think that the actors would walk off the stage.
Taymor, the director and costume designer for The Lion King, congratulated her audience for the courage and enthusiasm to lead the way. She said, "Theater as we know it is the lifeblood and soul of the city. It's time for us to live again." And Miranda at Hamilton summed up the feeling of a lot of people when he asked, "I don't ever want to take live theater for granted."
And by the way, I did not write Hamilton. I have to know. Yeah. You know, Preston, I have a love-hate relationship with Broadway, and because there's wonderful things to see.
Yeah.
But those theaters are designed for people from the 1870s.
Yeah, they're tiny.
And unless you're a dwarf.
But it is super exciting going.
It is
to one of those
amazing.
shows.
It is amazing.
It is also super expensive to go.
Oh, my
to
God.
one of
Only
those
$200 or
shows.
$300.
It's
That's
insane.
Yeah.
The first time I went to Broadway, I had gotten comp tickets, okay, because of my job. I was a music director, and it was for Rent, and Rent had a soundtrack and all this stuff. And so the record company got us tickets. I'm like, wow, man, that was a great time. We enjoyed the hell of the show. It was amazing. And I'm like, we should go back and see that again sometime. And then we went to go back and see it, and we paid for tickets. I'm like, oh my God.
They offer packages though that are actually really good deals. That comes with dinner at you can choose from a number of restaurants and things like that. So at least it's
hotels sometimes and an organ transplant.
But just anything in New York.
Anything in New York.
You get a cheese sandwich, and they're like, "That'll be $14." You're like, "What? It's a cheese sandwich, though."
Oh man.
Oh, that's right. We're in New York.
One last story. John Mellencamp revealed to the Indianapolis Monthly that in addition to recently recording, he and Bruce Springsteen actually painted together. He said, "Bruce and I have done 2 paintings together."
This is my house, and this is the smoke coming out of the chimney, and this is me and my family holding hands, and that's a daisy.
He said, "We have a..."
That's a turkey. I made it with my hands.
He said, "We have a painting that we worked on for 2 days straight."
Yeah.
He said he painted one side, I painted the other.
That's the whole.
And he also said Bruce had never painted at all, and he was really good, really into it.
Have you seen any of
Mellencamp stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah.
He's accomplished.
How come
Now,
my turkey looks better?
I don't know if he does realistic stuff or not, but he definitely does some cool
Impressionistic?
things. Yeah, it might be considered impressionistic. I guess.
Excess paint, and it blends all this together.
Yeah, this is it.
There we go. We're painting mountains, as you know. You always want the top of the mountain to be more distinct than the bottom of the mountain, because at the bottom we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution.
So before I knew that I had ASMR,
right,
and I was a teenager, I would sit there with Bob Ross on, smoke a little herb and just sit there and
Get
just
lost.
absolutely zone out into it and have no idea why I liked him so much.
Did you ever get inspired to attempt to paint along with him?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
I have no artistic ability whatsoever. I had, at a younger age, I had tried. I had a friend who was a decent artist, and he gave me a canvas, and Steve. There was a house with chimney coming out of it, and a daisy and a family. I mean, it was just terrible. It was horrible.
Curly smoke coming out.
Yeah, just bad. The sun in the corner.
Yeah, with the lines coming out. Yeah.
With the rays
Hey,
coming
son,
out of
you
it.
can't see the whole sun, but it's a quarter.
Anyhow, he said he said about Bruce. He said, I was surprised at how hard he tried. He was like, how do you do this, John? How do you make this
This
work?
is terrible.
We're trying to...
It stinks. I can't draw. Why'd you make me do this? I don't want to do it. This is stupid.
Like a little kid.
I can't draw.
This is stupid.
I tried to draw a cat. Why did you make me do this? God damn it.
He just starts stamping in
Don't want that.
in one spot.
Let's play with the ball. Stupid paint.
He would say...
Told you I don't want to do this.
He would say, hey, John, how do you do this? How do I make this work?
Stupid.
He said, we're
It
trying...
doesn't look like anything. I'm not good.
No, you are.
I'm not.
No, you are.
I don't like this.
Trust me. It looks good.
It's not that bad.
He's throwing a tantrum.
He'd rather go outside and play.
Yeah.
You've never done this before. Cut yourself some slack.
I can't. I'm stupid.
You're not stupid, Bruce.
I feel stupid.
You just need to work a little harder.
I want some milk.
Okay, we'll go get some milk and then we'll try this again later. Okay.
Bring it in the purple cup.
John. Hey, that's important to a kid.
Oh, of course.
He said, we're trying to figure out how to sell it and give the money to charity. He said, but I was proud of him. He went after it.
Do I get a gold star?
Very proud of you.
I know, but you don't like it because you didn't put it on the refrigerator. So you say things that are not true.
Oh my God.
If you liked it a lot, you would put it on the refrigerator, and you did.
I'm bringing it
and
to
then
work.
you make me feel stupid.
I was so busted
Oh, no.
from the refrigerator to the trash can. What? Why is this in here? I was like, oh, that was a mistake. I don't know what happened. It must have come off with some of the other stuff. I'm so sorry.
Oh, my God.
You. I keep that stuff. Kathy throws it away. Jace, come over to my house. We'll appreciate it. Whenever you guys are ready, this is Froggy on MMR. Here we go.
I love nachos. Nachos from 7-Eleven. I know that they're bad for me, but when I eat them, I'm in heaven. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. Liquid topping tastes so good. Post-band practice, I buy them. I eat them in Fiona's kitchen. Best, worst nachos in the world. They're the only thing I want. 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! You would have some if you could. Seven-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! I think they taste pretty good. 7-Eleven nachos are like $4.20. That's a funny number, but I should know the price by now, but I really don't. And the cheese is so good, it's all bright orange. Yeah! Oh, nachos! And cheese! Yeah! 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 Wow! 7-Eleven nachos.
I love that. I love the lyric. They taste pretty good.
I love it. And the original recording, I couldn't hear everything where you go, I highly recommend it. I love that. And by the way, you know who's a fan of this band? Nikki freaking Sixx is a fan of Froggy.
He's our best friend.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
He wanted a Froggy t-shirt, right? Isn't that the deal? All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest has been by the studio many times. Love having him here. And he is currently in a movie that's in the top 3 in the country right now, Terrifier 3. Opened at number 1.
Yes.
And is still doing really, really well. And we welcome, and you know him from many other things like The Fugitive and Rear's Edge and Final Destination and Lost and Man in the High Castle. And the Love Boat, too.
Yes.
Daniel Roebuck is here.
That's nice.
This
Thank you.
morning.
You
How
guys
are you?
rock.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that.
How was the Love Boat?
The Love Boat, was great. That was my first Screen Actors Guild job.
No kidding.
Who were some? Because I watch it, I kid you not, every Sunday on MeTV.
Oh, Larry Wilcox was in my episode.
Oh, from Chips.
Yeah, Chips. But we did, it was a frat. We were the frat.
Okay.
So Robbie Riss, Stephen Lee. I auditioned to be like the John Belushi guy, but I didn't get it. Stephen Lee did it, and they brought me in just for a day. Here's a story. You want to hear a Love Boat story?
I'd love to hear a Love Boat
So
story.
maybe I'm a little
Capel on,
nervous.
yeah.
It turns out they're not really on a boat like that. Just that confused me that we were on a sound stage at the Formosa, at the Warner Brothers lot, and I spilled a fake beer, and Ted Lange said, "Oh, is it your first day on a set?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, it is. Yeah. Thanks for humiliating me." But I only have, when you see it, I have two words, 2 lines. I don't know, but I'd already done the Cave Girl, but the Love Boat was the
Cave
first.
Girl. So they did shoot some episodes actually on the ship, and it's readily apparent when they were out on a cruise and they take, for some reason they go to a cruise around Greece or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's just one of those pop culture icons. Any other celebrities from that?
I don't remember who else was in the, because our stuff was, I only worked one day.
Because you'd have like Joanne there was one, I kid you not, Marion Ross and Andy Warhol in the same episode.
Come on, I don't even know why you would watch anything else. Now, but I had my kind of reverse Love Boat. If you saw the first 3 episodes of 911 this season, did you guys see that?
Did not, but I heard you were on it. Yeah.
Not only on it, guys, it was. People could see it on Hulu, season 7, 1, 2, 3. We recreated the Poseidon Adventure.
Yeah. Oh, yes. No kidding.
Yeah,
They built the biggest gimbal they've ever built in Hollywood. They put it was a 90-foot gimbal with a 50-foot set that spun 100%, like 180 degrees. And at one point, I am on the ceiling of that set.
Wow. Did you have to? No, they didn't rotate it while you were in there. Did they?
They let me be because they had to see how far I would move in this one shot. They let me, the stunt coordinator, and Michael Cartfett, my double. We were the only ones they let in it when they rotated it. But they didn't do it all the way around. We would usually shoot at 20% or 30% so that people could actually slide if they let go of something that would slide.
That is wild because I was watching the coming. I do watch Jennifer Love Hewitt's on it and a few others.
She's terrific. Yeah,
and so and it's a fun. It's a procedural kind of thing, but also like a many other shows that do with the rescuing and all that stuff. But when I saw that, I turned to my wife and go, "That's the Poseidon Adventure that they're doing." Yeah. I didn't realize until after the fact that you were on that.
Oh yeah, and it's a very good part. Romy Rosemont and I playing the same people we've played a few times on the show.
So last time you were here, Daniel, I think you wanted to tell us that you were going to be in Terrifier 3. I think that's what you were alluding to, right?
Yeah, that or the Monsters. I keep doing these.
You told us the Monsters.
Oh, yeah, I keep showing Terrifier 3 would have been it. Because he told me so long ago that I was playing Santa Claus. And, if you haven't seen it, please go see it if you like those kind of movies.
I do. I adore it. We had David Howard Thornton on.
Oh, terrific guy.
Art the Clown, just amazing. I'm trying to get the other Laura Rivera and the other cast members on as well. And the director.
Damien Leone. He's a great guy.
Tremendous.
Michael Levy, we were talking to him earlier. Michael Levy is how I came into this whole group. And Damien and he and his brother Jason made a movie called Stream, which is on VOD and everything right now. It's very popular.
Great.
But it's the same kind of thing. They're all good. I want to tell you this, I mean it. They're like you guys. They're like just regular dudes. There's no pretension about them. Working is such a blessing with them. They're good guys. Damien's, God bless him, that he's having all this success. He deserves it.
Well, stop and think about it. You as an independent movie producer yourself, to see this movie, sans backing of a studio, sans rating, right? Those are 2 death issues for any movie being released. and number one at the box office, and still in the top 3, and it's cleaning up. And the fact that what kills me too is that you've done a ton of stuff, obviously, but for you do so many inspirational. I think you were doing Saint Nick of Bethlehem.
That's
at the same time frame you're doing Terrifier 3.
So you see the beard. You see the beard in 2 movies. Saint Nick of Bethlehem. We're so excited about. I love Terrifier 3. Saint Nick of Bethlehem is. If you could spin like the Poseidon Adventure, the 180 degrees, you get to St. Nick of Bethlehem. And I do want to just say we've got a lot of great stuff going with that. It's coming out this year. We're rushing it out because we know people will love it. So people should follow us on social media.
Your stuff is great. I mean, your stuff is and there's a lot of feel good stuff without being syrupy or maudlin.
Thank you. I want
it resonates the right way.
Yeah, I wanted to land like an Andy Griffith episode.
Yeah,
honest to God, because remember they were never preachy, but they were moralistic.
The message got through the right way, gingerly and adroitly so. And the same can be said for Terrifier 3. It's a delicate,
very
Mayberry kind of vibe.
Yeah. Now, Danny, that clown is coming all around killing people.
What kills me, though, is that and I was reading an interview with you, and you talked about a lot of people because these are all practical effects.
Yes.
We had Chris Jericho in who plays.
He's
Burke.
the wrestler,
right?
Yeah.
So he was in, and he talked about having the joy of having a prosthetic version of himself, his jaw ripped off. Obviously, if you end up in the movie, it's an honor to be, dissected by Art the Clown.
Yes.
So I want to see it in the theater. I saw the others on home, but so I want to get out to the theater to see it. So I haven't seen the third one yet, but I know a lot of what goes on. We can assume you have a similar fate. Did you, in fact, have a prosthetic version of you created?
That's when you know that the kill's going to be intense. when there was actually 2 other versions of me.
Wow.
That they made. Chris Tinsley made.
Chris was telling us that I didn't know this, that no longer do they do the giant mold of your head. They just do a little scan. And they can reproduce it.
They did mold me. They had to mold my head, my arm, my leg, and they scanned me as well. I think it depends on how detailed the head has to be, or what part. But yeah. Look, technology's changing everything. Yeah. I actually like when they do the head cast because remember, that means that I'm getting a really good makeup job or they're making a good fake head.
Okay.
And I dig that. And you fall kind of asleep and they take pictures and make fun of you when you're in it. So, they're having fun. I get a nice nap in.
Well, it's practical effects. And that's the thing and I've told people about this, and I think people are starting to see it because the movie you were in, Stream, as well, is a very visceral, gory movie as well. And it relies, in fact, Damien Leone did some of the practical effects.
He did, that's the first time I met Damien. And by the way, in that one, I also made a terrible end, but what do they call that
Entrails?
when they take your guts out?
Entrails, right?
Entrails.
Vivisection.
Yeah.
Vivisection, disembowel,
Yeah, so Damien was trying to be delicate with this prosthetic piece that he was putting on me. I said, and I had just met him. I said, "Give me the tape. Give me the tape." and I think that's when he realized that I was a team player, and that's important. It's important. I look for it in the movies I make. Please don't ask me what the lens is. Just stand there and rest assured I'll photograph you. You do your job, I'll do mine. So you always, on a small movie, if you don't have a team player, you're dead.
Everyone has to be invested.
Yeah. And no divas. And with practical effects, it's like doing the Rob Zombie movie. You're covered in this horrible fake blood, and it sticks to everything. And at one point, the prosthetic, you don't know, is that me ripping off? Or is that the rubber ripping off? Or is it both of us ripping off?
You did the 31, the Rob Zombie movie as well.
31 and Halloween 2. I had a terrible end in both. Somebody pointed out, and I just realized it, both, it's funny that 31 and Terrifier 3, there's a crazy black and white clown has tied me to a chair and is going to do terrible things to me. I don't know what I've done in my life. And I used to be in a circus. I was a clown. So it's like death by myself. I don't know.
I didn't realize that when you were like 12 or 13.
12, I was a kid.
And
I was a child clown.
What was the circus that you were
It was
with?
a Lions All-Star Circus. It was around Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. It just would play in high school gymnasiums. There was no menagerie. There were no animals, but acrobats, tightrope walkers, trampoline acts, clowns.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, come on. Yeah. 12. And the best part, dude, 12.
Yeah.
And they paid me $75 a weekend.
Wow.
Dude, I was the Bill Gates of 12-year-olds. Kids would come to me for loans. I would finance their bottle collecting operation. I'd have that, it was like you put the beaner on the top. You always have the 100 on the top. My father would come to me, Dan, you got 20.
You're Bethlehem. You were from,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yes.
So you're from the area, and so you worked all around the sort of tri-state area.
Yeah, Bethlehem. We went as far north as Matamoros. I remember. I mean, I was 12. I didn't run away to join the circus. My mother drove me.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Did you have any juggling or unicycle or?
Oddly, no. But
talent?
my brother and sister had to travel with us, and my sister still rides the unicycle because she learned it when she was 5, traveling with the circus.
I have a cycling team that we ride for charity, and there's a guy on my team. He does this 65-mile ride on a unicycle.
No,
actually, you know what? He only does half. He does like a 28 miles on a unicycle.
Well, that makes sense. He only has one wheel. You have 2.
Exactly.
That's
but
right.
how did you even join the circus? Like, was this something you found? Was this something your parents
you'll
found?
never have a better agent than your mother. I bet your mother's all got you on this show.
But she'd be happy to see me on this show.
I like that.
Yeah.
So my mother was working for a company that sold ads for the program book, and so she knew that I had these interests, and she asked the guy who was she was dealing with on the phone if they ever auditioned clowns, and he goes, yeah, we're always looking for clowns. And so I did an audition, and then I became a vampire clown. It's so
a vampire clown. Well, you've always been a horror fan.
Yes.
We know that, so that's right in your wheelhouse.
Yes.
And did you do theatrical makeup as well yourself? Because I remember years ago, Famous Monsters of Film, and I was telling people this. They had Dick Smith did a makeup issue. I got it. I got into severe trouble in my neighborhood because I was doing burn makeup for the other kids, and the parents freaked out.
Never. Why would you do that? Well, Steve did. Not only did I have the magazine. The first time I was wearing makeup like that, I was a Romulan on Star Trek, and they're making me up, Joe Rockow and Doug Drexler, and they're talking about Steve coming to Dick coming to the set.
Dick Smith.
Dick's coming.
Wow.
And I said, Dick who? They said, Dick Smith. Wait, what?
Yeah.
So I meet Dick Smith for the first time in a full Romulan makeup with the ears and the forehead, and this is like the best moment of my life, and I said, Dick, I used to glue cornmeal to my face when I was a kid, and he talked this. I'm not making fun of him. He spoke like this, and he said, now, why would you do that? And I said, because you told me to. You told me to. It's in your book. Like I'm walking around with breakfast on my face because Dick Smith said I. And then did you have the Dick Smith makeup kit?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I begged to get that.
Pressman. Oh.
Let me ask you, because of that, and when you have the Romulan makeup on, when you have the stuff like in Terrifier or Stream or whatever, as an actor, and I'm asking this because Colin Farrell's doing the Penguin.
The Penguin, yeah.
And I've never seen someone disappear so completely into the makeup as he does in that role and in the series and in the movie. Was that something you experienced when you put on that makeup like that?
Yeah, probably because if the prosthetics I have generally worn mostly are, being beaten or killed or mayhem. But in playing Gary Marshall and playing Jay Leno, you do, and Grandpa too, seeing myself as the other person certainly does inform your performance. It makes a huge difference.
Is it instant? Like, oh, this is me now.
Yeah, Probably.
Yeah.
I'm not. I wish that I could speak. I could talk to you guys for hours about monster movies and faith-based movies and Andy Griffith, but I can't talk about acting.
Yeah.
Because I don't. God has given me a gift.
Yeah.
And I
You
just
don't
kind of
understand it.
figure
Yeah, it just happens.
What's
I
the
just do
sensation that happens though? Like when you're done with the makeup and you've not seen yourself, and then you look in the mirror and you see Jay Leno or any number, the Grandpa Monster or whatever. Like, what happens in your brain at that moment? Is it unrecognizable?
Yeah, well, I know. I mean, it's my
Like dysmorphia?
eyes.
Yeah.
I don't have that. You know what I worry about? What is Alzheimer's going to be like if I get it? honey, wake up. We got to call the police. Why? What happened? I killed a girl by the river's edge. No, that was honey. I'm on the Tonight Show. I got to get to what kind of insanity is my poor Tammy in for when I get.
You've lived as all these people, and you've had to have memories of these, or you're searching for a one-armed man. Or,
right. But it's an interesting thing. Like, guys, like it's one thing to be on the stage. You see the people. You're timing things for their laugh or for their. But when you're in a movie, like if I see River's Edge. You guys see a movie, and I see a photo album.
Yes. I figured as much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I see, I remember then, I remember those people, I remember that moment. And I do remember, please don't worry about me. I don't have Alzheimer's in the family. But I do have great memories of just every moment of this blessed life that I've had.
I've always been curious of actors who, when the work is completed, if you can separate the personal experience from what is now the presentation, what is now the finished piece of work. It's probably hard to do that because you're thinking about maybe alternate takes or what the wardrobe felt like that day or what it was. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Honestly, I think, Preston, it's a little weirder for me because I make the movie and I play these characters. Like when Woody Allen does a movie, he almost always plays Woody Allen.
Yes.
And Albert Brooks almost always plays Albert Brooks. In my movies, if you look at Getting Grace to St. Nick of Bethlehem, they're two radically different people, although both have an air of sadness. Even the Hail Mary, radically different humans. But then I am the guy looking for the alternate take, and I am the guy trying to extend the laugh through editing and whatnot.
In your faith-based movies, and again, because I say they when they resonate right, they're not preachy and so on and so forth. Do you find that? Are you just operating on instinct, or is it? Is a lot of hand wringing? Like, can we make this work this way? Or
I think it is.
How do you have such a successful track record?
It is instinct, yes. You know it in your heart. I truly, if I start pitching a story, if I have this very weird emotional reaction, and that's how I know it's solid. I please don't think less of me that I can't figure it out, but okay. I do know that it's right. So when people say, should it be shorter or should it be, there's a thing online where some producer says to David Lynch, should the scene be shorter? And he starts yelling, why do you care if it's shorter? It's as long as it has to be. Like, it's right. A point that every director makes. Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, Daniel Roebuck is joining us. He's in Terrifier 3, and we were talking about other projects as well, like the St. Nick of Bethlehem. But I wanted to ask, we first met you when you were playing Dr. Arst on Lost.
Yes,
we had a big party, and we had Daniel come out and appear at it. There's a documentary about Lost.
Getting Lost.
Yeah. And is it? I assume that you're in this and they touch base on your experiences on it.
Yeah. So it's interesting. When they interviewed me for 4 hours, they didn't have but 6 people. By the time they were done, they had J.J. Abrams.
Okay.
And everybody else but Matthew.
They started to catch wind of it?
Yeah. And they're all in it. Say it.
He was the only one that wouldn't do it?
Yeah.
Matthew Fox?
Matthew Fox, the only one that's not in it. I don't know why. He's a nice person, but I'm sure I was a huge part of the documentary because I make documentaries, so I know how to give them clips.
Yes.
And by the end of it, once they had Damon and JJ and every actor but Matthew Fox, I'm in it very, very little.
briefly.
I have a lot of emotional attachment to that TV show, to Lost. But the thing that I missed the most about it was the communal nature of it, because it was appointment television, and you would watch it at the same time as everybody else, and then you would discuss it the next day. And that you just don't watch television or even movies that way anymore. You know, everything is streaming, or you watch it when you want, how you want, where you want. And I loved connecting with other Lost fans. I mean, we did it on our show every week, and it was such a cool communal aspect of watching that show.
I think the water cooler show is a thing of the past. Yeah. Now, every now and again, you have like Stranger Things where they do put out one episode at a time, and people do talk about it and get excited about it. But yes, it's sad that we don't do that anymore. It's just how things have changed.
Well, because. And you're right. They'll parse out episodes, but they're hanging there. It's not like this is the time on this day at night where it's going to air once.
And you better
watch it. And that really, there was a heightened sense. I think I was talking to Chris Jericho about this, about the first night years ago when the Night Stalker, Darren McGavin, the first time ABC Tuesday Movie of the Week, when that aired, the next day there was a ripple effect. It's like, people were freaking out. Did you see that?
Right.
Because everyone had seen it at the same time. It was pretty wild.
It's very weird. Can I tell you a very strange story that's so weird that you connected those two things? I was auditioning for the new Night Stalker and shooting myself in the foot because I went in with the book that I made when I was 12 that had pictures of Darren McGavin in it. And I said, I hear you're thinking of casting a great-looking guy as Kolchak. I said it would be a dire mistake.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, and why do you think that? Like, I was really ballsy. And I said, because Darren McGavin was a regular human being, so nobody believed him. But if you make it the most handsome guy in the world, which they did.
And it was a mistake.
It lasted 2 episodes. Why am I telling you this? While I was waiting to go in and get myself shot in the foot, that's when I got the call from Carlton Hughes. I was in the waiting room. I walked out. I remember even where it was in Burbank. And he said, hey, we want to put you on the show for 3 episodes and kill you. But I'm talking to you first before we make the offer.
Wow.
Will you come and do it?
Wow.
And
so it certainly worked out because no one remembers that Night Stalker.
Remembers that Night Stalker.
Did you know how your story on Lost ended?
No, that's exactly what he said. He said, you'll die in the 3rd episode. And I had known Carlton from Nash Bridges. He was the showrunner of that. So it is weird that's how God is good, that you connected those two things.
It was pretty awesome when you blew up on that show, by the way.
I mean,
That
listen,
is pretty awesome.
Preston, for 3 episodes, how firmly entrenched are you and your character in Lost lore? Because it's one of the great series departures of all time. Many departs.
Yeah. And they were kind enough to put me in because, I didn't know when he asked that, how Lost was set up, that you could go back. But what they always did, like, by putting me at the end of the last episode onto the plane.
Yeah.
And then 2 seasons later, they went back and inserted me into the plane crash. In the Paolo episode, the Paolo Nikki, where they
introduced the pretty characters,
and
then get rid of them,
and then they got rid of them.
Yeah. But the line, you got a little bit of arst on you. We'll live with it. It's a great line.
I literally said that to him as we were walking into the studio today.
Yeah, some arst on you.
So the great writers, great people, lifelong friendship with Jorge. When Rob Zombie said, "Do you know any fans of horror movies that'll work cheap like you are?" I said, Jorge Garcia. And Jorge said when Rob called him, he said he had me at the Munster. So whatever he wanted me to do.
It was terrific. And you guys shot in Prague?
In Budapest.
Budapest, okay. Yeah.
Well, it's awesome that you have such great stories. We love talking to you every time you come by here, man. With obviously Terrifier 3 is out right now. What else do you want to spotlight before we wrap up?
Oh,
the interview
thank you.
today?
I would love
Certainly.
people to follow us on social media to learn about all the great upcoming stuff with St. Nick of Bethlehem. Next year, we're going to make a movie that for veterans called Men of Granite.
Excellent.
And we just got a lot of good stuff coming up. They should follow us on social media. And I'll be in this area. I'll be at Monster Mania in Oaks.
So Dave, who runs that, is a terrific guy. He's become a friend, a good friend, and he's just fantastic. And he pulls in so many great. And he puts together these reunions that are terrific.
Yeah, he's got actually Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis coming for Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully people come to the Terrifier section.
Yes,
We're
they
doing
will.
photo ops and everything with Art the Clown and me in character costume. So that'll be good. So thank you for letting me tell. He's a great guy, and it's a great show, and I wish I could do it every time because
and the fan base is loyal, and I mean you are. Well, listen, you have your bona fides are clearly established across all forms, but once you hit the horror or the sci-fi or anything like that, the fan base will never give up on you. You're set for life. And you also want to hit a channelofpeace.org,
Yes,
correct?
thank you.
That's where everyone can find out what
channelofpeace.org.
you're doing.
Yeah, and that's how, if they want to help us make sure that we get St. Nick of Bethlehem into more theaters, please consider donating because we need all the help we can putting out independent films.
So seeing what you just saw now with Terrifier 3, will we potentially see a St. Nick of vivisection? Because if you could pair them both together.
No,
Yeah, okay.
you will not see that in my movie, but we may not cut out your heart, but we will touch it.
That's your phrase. That's your tag.
That's good. And on that note, we thank Daniel Roebuck for being here. It's great to see you, man. Thanks
Thank you, and thank you for having me. God bless you.
You got it. Daniel Roebuck, everybody. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
You guys get him one?
Oh yeah, he was like, how much? We were like, do not even worry about it. We're like, for you, it's free.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, my God, that is the best. I love it. So I want to hear, when we ask somebody to do a song for us, to do a jingle or whatever, you never know if they'll go, whatever. But these guys were like, oh, of course, we'll totally do that. So we were totally psyched about that. Did it take a while to come up with something, or was it pretty easy to come to you immediately?
It kind of came to us immediately. We kind of used the riff we had in store. We just didn't know what to put lyrics with it, and we're like, this is the perfect riff to do it with. And we had 2 drafts of the lyrics, but we came up with something good.
Okay.
And yeah, we're really excited.
So the world debut.
Yeah.
And what is the title of the song?
No title
No
yet.
title.
It's the
No
Preston and
untitled.
Steve
All right.
song.
All right. So I'm excited for this, and I want to make sure we get a good recording of it. This might be our only chance to get it. Unless it ends up on an album.
Sure, in the future we will record it.
All right.
yes.
We appreciate that.
November. I guess it's November now.
It is.
Soon.
By the way, let's check this out, and then we'll find out where any gigs and things like that are coming up. So can we get the Preston and Steve song?
Sure.
All right, let's check this out. Froggy, I'm so excited they're here this morning. These guys, they got heart, man. I love it.
Real
All right,
deal.
whenever you're ready.
We got to have that.
It's Friday. Did you hear that at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's our new Friday anthem if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was outstanding. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said in the middle there.
The
third part was no school for me, Mom. I don't want to go. I just want to listen to the radio.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, we need that. Yes.
Old
absolutely.
school angst. I love it.
Love it. We're honored.
Do you guys have any gigs coming up that we need to be aware of?
New Year's Eve at Philomoka with Colleen Green and Joe Jack Talcum. It's
Okay.
going to be awesome.
Yep, it's our biggest show.
And something early December in the works, not fully planned out yet.
We're
but-
actually taking November off to record a little something.
Yeah, very nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, will you keep us apprised of what your dates are, and we'll get them out for you, man.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
thank you, thank
people,
you.
People who love straight up punk are gonna love this this energy that you guys have.
So that New Year's Eve show, all ages show, or
Yep,
is it
all ages.
Okay. Speaking of ages, how old are we all here? So Morgan, how old are you?
18.
And Brooke?
I'm 18.
And how about you, Fiona?
17.
18, and 17 years old.
They're so damn good, though, man. They really are. It's great.
Hey, what are you guys doing the second or third Saturday in May of 2022?
Nothing that I know
guess
of.
we're
all right.
free.
Yeah, just
I'm free.
keep those Saturdays open. Just,
Dude, that would be awesome.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
like, what is he talking about? What is
The
second-
barbecue.
Got it.
And then barbecue.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes
Froggy.
Well, this morning I quit my job, so I know I'll be over.
Oh, my God. Wait, Brooke, did you quit your job to be here?
Well, not exactly, but today was just the day where everybody was like, do it. Just do it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Like
that's
an
so
hour ago.
punk. That's so punk of you. I love it. And you're wearing a Ween shirt. That's really cool. Have those guys reached out to you at all? Or is it not a Ween shirt?
We've been talking to Gene Ween's son about maybe collaborating on our album. That was a while ago, but I hope he's still interested.
right.
Yeah,
I love Ween so
Ween's
much.
great, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember there was Push Little Daisies.
Yeah.
Was their,
They're out of New Hope, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm a roses are free kind of guy.
I'm a very chocolate and cheese and God Ween Satan girl. Those are my favorites.
Excellent. All right. Well, one of the songs we requested, I got a nice slice of pizza here ready for this, was Pizza Ball.
Oh, yeah.
What's the name of your LP or your EP that you have, your album?
Sopa de elote translates roughly to corn soup or corn chowder. I picked something random. I was like, guys, I think this will sound weird.
We had no idea what to do.
Yeah, we just kind of picked.
I love it.
Corn soup is fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get one more song out of Froggy this morning. And whenever you guys are ready, we want to hear Pizza Ball.
Woo!
Yeah. All right. Let's do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in live at the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger, this is Froggy.
Time to deliver a pizza ball. 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 One time I was 8, my whole family went to the shore, and there's this guy Wayne who's making this clam chowder. It was what he was known for, and it tasted so freaking good. I had like 10 bowls of that clam chowder, and I tell you what, I woke up in the middle of the night. And I said, Mom, and I threw up all over the floor. Someone carried me away, and that's all I remember from that night. Yeah! Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's so great.
I had to shoot the confetti for Froggy at the end. They finally got pyro, man. I love it. You guys are the best. You are so much fun. We love that you're doing just straight up, just in your face pump.
Yeah.
It is the best. And thanks for writing a Preston and Steve
Yeah,
show
of course.
song. We'll make sure we have information on them on our social media accounts, and you can check them out. Let's hear it from Morgan and Brooke and Fiona. This is Froggy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
You got it.
We love you guys.
We love you.
Rats continue to run rampant in the neighborhood. It's happening in the 3600 block of Germantown Avenue. Residents say the rats are living in a vacant lot that's not being attended to by the owner. Right next to the lot is a barbershop that's owned by DJ DeSinga. He says the rodents are burrowing into the ground and under nearby buildings. He says complaints have been made to the city, but not much has been done about the problem.
Kathy, did you see that the rats actually started a barbershop quartet? It was amazing.
The rats are even finding their way into nearby homes. One resident said it jumped up on my couch and went onto the floor, and it had claws.
Wow.
I would die if that happened to me.
Listen to them. They're beautiful.
Good old days, 20 years from now.
Wait a minute, can you speed that up?
My these will be the good old songs that are on the...
I can't speed it up
Damn
while
it!
you're... No, not while you're actually playing it.
I shall work on it so we can get an actual depiction
yeah.
of the Rat Barbershop Quartet.
Yes, it would be, journalistically appropriate.
Right.
to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
that
come on
a
now.
little
We want
bit
to
more
in
accurate.
part
if we
accurate.
can.
Exactly, Preston. That's why you
Actually,
won that
I
award.
think better than speeding it up would be like pitching it up. You know what I mean?
Well, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
somehow or
yeah.
another make it higher. Can you do that? Or
I don't know.
it doesn't
Probably
matter?
not.
You know these will be the good old days.
That just sounds like a key change.
Okay. I'm still...
It's all good.
I'm just playing with it a little bit here.
Listen, it was a threadbare concept to begin with.
You've never produced a Rat Barbershop Quartet before, Casey?
Well, no, but you know
call
what?
yourself a major market producer.
I know. All right, so here's...
He was called the Phil Spector of Rat Barbershop Quartet.
The Wall of Sound.
So with the cold
Wall of
weather months
cheese. So good.
There's a Grammy. You're getting a Grammy.
It's perfect. One more time. One more time.
Oh, my God.
They're good. They're really good.
I never thought I'd start my day off this way.
They don't have much else to do. Rehearse their parts.
Yeah, that's why they're so good.
Oh, I'm looking at the video of this, and we saw what we thought was a dead rat on our walk the other day.
No!
And well, it's confirmed. I'm looking at these videos because it wasn't huge, so we
Right.
were like, "Is it a mouse? Is it a rat?" No, it
These,
was a rat.
these are more like like field rats,
Right.
So if you get if you've ever been inside of the subway,
yeah.
you're gonna see much larger rats.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my God. Hello, my ragtime now.
Even better.
It's so good.
Even better.
Those talented barbershop.
Hello.
That's just...
And they wear the most adorable little white pork pie
Straw hats and stuff. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are having fun with this. These poor people in Hunting Park are dealing with all these damn rats.
Kathy, you just have to laugh, and same with these guys.
Yeah.
With the cold weather months approaching, neighbors fear the rats will only get more desperate. DeSinger says that he doesn't know how he can bring people safely into his business if there's rats in the drop ceiling. A spokesperson for the Philadelphia Department of Public Health said officials have been in the neighborhood to inspect the rat issue and are currently working to get into the lot legally. It's unclear when the problem will be resolved.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you...
Rat. Hello. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime now.
I would go see a show like that for sure. Wow. I had a little adventure yesterday. Do I have time to share a quick story, or should we break?
Yeah, we need to be out. You got plenty of time.
5:42.
I wanted to share this real quick because it's fresh and we'll never get around to it if I don't. But yesterday I went, and I'm not going to say where exactly I went, but I went to a medical appointment.
Right.
Yesterday. It has nothing to do with my butt or my none of that. It was something
more
else.
Botox-ish.
No. But anyway, so I show up for this appointment. It's a new appointment for me. I've never been in this place before, and I need to go and fill out some paperwork ahead of time.
Right.
So they asked me to be there about 15 minutes before my appointment. I showed up there about 20 minutes ahead of time. I walk into the reception area, and nobody's behind the reception desk. But I could get into that area. It was a small little office that you come into, and there's a desk, and then the door that leads back to it was, like I said, it was a medical, so there's exam rooms back there. So I'm standing around, I'm waiting, and I wait about 5-10 minutes. Nobody's coming. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking around, and I look behind the desk there, and I see a pair of glasses there. I see a glass with a straw in it. I see a pen with some notes written down next to it. I'm like, people have been here. This is not, I didn't show up to the wrong places. They have two offices. I'm like, okay, I came to the right office. I checked. I made sure. I checked my time. I actually spoke to them shortly before I got there. But yeah, you're going to be here. So I'm like, I know I'm on time. I'm like, what's going on? So I'm like, all right, well, I'll sit down, wait a few minutes, whatever. I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. And it's just getting closer and closer to my appointment time. And as I'm waiting, an older woman walks in to the same office. She walks up to the front desk, kind of looks over there. And I go, hey, I've been sitting here for 15 minutes. And nobody's back there. And she had a little bit of an accent. And she's like, well, they told me to call ahead.
Right.
And I call, and it says they're closed. And I go, yeah, well, nobody's here. She had kind of like, I can't do a Russian accent, but it was kind of like
I had the appointment.
Well, not that bad. But anyway.
I called to the phone for to be here to get teeth looked at, and that comment nothing.
All right, so.
Who are you? With your Mr. Lyle Lovett hairdo.
So anyway, she's standing there.
And on weekends, travel to capital city and watch your ladies while they make a toilet.
So she's calling, and she's like, I'm going to call again. And she
Is that
calls-
okay with you, pretty boy?
While she's calling, the phone is ringing on the other side of the reception desk, and it goes to the voicemail, and it says they're closed. And so we're standing around. I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm going to wait around for a few more minutes, and if they're not here, I'm going to leave.
But you saw like a cup, like
there were clearly signs, and the more I thought about it, I'm like, it looks like they left in a hurry. I'm like, because they left stuff laying out, and I'm like,
did you start CSIing the site?
Well, I said, I hope it wasn't an emergency or something like that. And she's like, I don't know. And I go, yeah. And I go, because look, and I started pointing out the evidence. The more I think about it, I'm like, well, maybe something did happen.
Did you slide the pencil into the barrel of the gun?
And the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, maybe something's going on back there.
Oh, wow. Now you're like, so you do these escape rooms, so now you're doing something.
I may need Mission Impossible.
Okay,
Casey, if you don't mind, because and then she goes, well, if I could, I would go back there.
I would go back to the rooms.
And I go, well, I could go back there. So we slid a chair over.
You climbed through the window?
And I climbed up over the top of the desk. Now, listen, they don't know this.
Right, yeah.
And they know who I am, and they're hearing this on the radio now. So I jump up on top of the desk. And if they have security camera footage, they'll see this.
Oh, we want to see that.
So I jump over the desk. Right. And as I'm going back into the offices, I swear.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Gather round for I Have News, and it is brought to you by Delco Trim Light. You can visit DelcoTrimLight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. All right, we'll start with this one. A North Dakota woman was sentenced for poisoning her boyfriend after believing he had inherited $30 million.
Had he?
No.
Oh.
Ina Knoyer was sentenced to 50 years, first served 25. That means she'll serve 25 years in prison with the remaining 25-year balance suspended. Prosecutors said that Ina Thea Knoyer poisoned Stephen Riley Jr. with antifreeze on the false belief that she would inherit part of a multi-million-dollar inheritance. After receiving the news, the couple met with an estate lawyer on September 3rd, 2023. That day, Riley became ill, with paramedics arriving at his home the next day to find him unresponsive. He was declared dead on September 5th.
Do you think the mistake was doing it literally the day that they found out the news?
I think there was a lot of mistakes here. Investigators later learned that the inheritance likely didn't even exist at all. Ryan Riley, the victim's 21-year-old son, said that the couple had actually fallen victim to an online scam, and there was never any money.
And as she said, you can't trust anyone.
So Knoyer will now also have to pay restitution to the victim's family as well. But she killed him, thought she was getting the money, and boom, she is going to jail. Dunedin Airport in the South Island of New Zealand has ignited a heated discussion with its recent introduction of a 3-minute limit on hugs at its drop-off zone.
I heard about
A
this.
3-minute limit on hugs.
Well, it's going to allow other people to hug by limiting the time.
They suggest for fonder farewells, please use the parking garage.
I'm not opposed to this.
The airport's decision has drawn mixed reactions on social media. Some users expressed outrage over the restriction on cuddles, while others were surprised the airport still offers a free drop-off area. Comments on a Facebook post that went viral included both criticism of and appreciation for the policy.
About 3 minutes of hugging is fairly substantial.
That's a lot, actually, yes. Mr. Daniel DeBono, Chief Executive Officer of Dundon Airport, explained the rationale behind the hug time limit during an interview. He described airports as hotbeds of emotion and cited a study suggesting that a 20-second hug is enough to release the love hormone oxytocin.
I really did his research, didn't he?
He argued that by moving people along quickly, more individuals can experience these brief but meaningful embraces. The airport's lot provides an alternative for those seeking longer farewells, allowing for a 15-minute visit for free. This is a terrible story. When Emily Smith bought her son a guide to Wim Hof method last season, he quickly became hooked. She never imagined that just a few weeks later, her only child, Nova Xavier, who was 23 years old, would be dead after reportedly trying out the book's wellness theories. Known as the Iceman, 65-year-old Wim Hof has been met with widespread acclaim from health experts as well as celebrities including Gwyneth Paltrow, Liam Hemsworth, Jack Dorsey, and Oprah Winfrey. His best-selling book, The Wim Hof Method, Activate Your Full Human Potential, is presented as a way to keep your body and mind in its optimal natural state throughout exposure to sub-zero temperatures and breath work. But Smith feels that her son Nova is... she said it was pretty much a guaranteed death sentence. His case is just one of at least 11 fatalities reportedly linked to the method. A spokesperson for Wim Hof said the guide warns users not to hold their breath underwater for extended periods. Smith bravely recalled that her son's final moments at her mother's gated community pool in Houston. She talked about it. Though she can't bring herself to watch it, she also shared poolside footage of that evening in hopes of raising awareness.
It's pretty horrifying.
She said it was a hot July afternoon. I was the one that suggested that we go for a swim. We got in there and it was normal. Everything was fine. Nova suggested they both try Wim Hof's breathing and water submersion method, which involves hyperventilating before dipping below the surface and holding your breath. She said, I was mimicking him. We did it about 3 times, coming up for air in between each time. I did ask him at one point, is this safe? And he said something to the effect, of course it's safe, Mom. It's a Wim Hof. At this point, Smith decided to start swimming laps while Nova continued practicing the exercise. She said, I stopped to say a prayer at the deep end of the pool while looking up at the sky. It was a beautiful, serene night, but the amount of time it took for me to say that prayer was when my son had passed out without my knowledge and sank to the bottom of the shallow end. I looked back and I didn't see him. And this horrible feeling came over me. I swam over as fast as I could and saw the silhouette of him underwater. With no one else around, she had to try to drag him out. He was 6'2".
Yeah.
And she said, I took a deep breath of air, dove in, grabbed him, and dragged him to the steps. And we're there. It was extremely challenging. I scraped myself up. I breathed air into his lungs, telling myself he's going to be fine. And then I started screaming. A neighbor heard the screams and came running. They called 911. They eventually got the paramedics there and took over the CPR. He didn't make it. And she said, my son died quickly. I did not know that because of hyperventilating, you can become hypoxic. It's not regular drowning. With regular drowning, you have more time. But this one, your brain is in an oxygen deficient position already. So Smith said the coroner ruled it a drowning. Wim Hof spokesperson defended the guide, saying that it comes clear with warnings not to hold your breath underwater to extended periods. And he said that week 8 of the guide involves a limited breath hold for up to 20 seconds in cold water, not the extended breaths that holds that Nova apparently did. So when you do things like that, obviously, you got to be very, very, very
That's
careful.
why I don't do things like that.
I don't do things like that either. All right, and then we'll do one last story, much, much lighter than that. Canine-loving Canadian Mitchell Rudy broke a Guinness World Record by taking 38 dogs on a single walk for over a half mile.
What? 38 dogs.
Rudy led a pack of 38 leashed pooches on a 0.6-mile walk.
Were they all bull mastiffs?
To break the Guinness World Record for the most dogs walked simultaneously by an individual. The previous record of 36 dogs was set in Gosan, South Korea. The dogs participating in Rudy's attempt were provided by the Korean Canine Rescue Shelter. Rudy said that his record attempt was aimed at promoting dog adoption. He said, we wanted to do something that made these dogs be the champions that they are. These are good dogs. They deserve homes. So 38 dogs. I personally think you could break that record, Steve.
Oh, yeah. It's quite possible,
I
yeah.
think you could do 20 dogs on each arm.
Yeah.
We could pull that off.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking Camp Out for Hunger, maybe.
I'll do that. What do we do Great Danes or do we do Shih Tzus?
We can do
a mix.
One side Great Danes, the other side all Shih Tzus.
Right. That'll be the arm I lose. Yeah.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We will take another break. When we return, we'll check out the lesson question, see what you know from today's program. Trash and music news coming up soon. Don't forget Tattoos Day, so text word tattoo to 39333. Coming back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
What I'm thinking, Steve, if I round the corner, I might see dead bodies.
Yes. God, dude. You don't know.
I might see, there may have been a crime committed here.
Or
I don't know. So
you might see some whoopee.
No. I wasn't expecting that. Or I'm going to be the hero
Yeah.
because somebody's being held hostage at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And I'm going to come in and I'm going to save
Russian
the
lady,
day.
go take care of it.
So I kid you not, I started thinking about my Krav Maga training.
Oh, my God.
You got ready.
And I got ready and I jump over and I'm going, and I swear to God, I'm crouched down like this.
God, I hope they had surveillance video.
So that I would be able to move.
Be safe, hero.
Quickly if I needed to. And I'm like, I've got my back
Yeah.
against the wall,
Yeah.
and I'm turning and I'm peeking around corners. And I'm going, hello? Hello? You know, and I'm looking around and doing this whole thing. Now, where the big mistake in my training that I didn't do is I didn't grab some type of a weapon.
Yeah.
Some type of thing that I might have
Like
needed.
the
But
straw.
I literally am looking and I'm like, okay, you know, like the FBI would, I would, you know, quickly look at it and just move over the other way. And I walk through.
Morning show host, identify yourself.
It's okay. I'm a broadcaster.
This is the point in the horror movie where you're like, why would he do that? Why doesn't he just leave?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that, Kathy. You're right. There's a demon.
Well,
in
you
the
want to try to
hallway.
save the hostages.
So I'm picking it, and there's like seven. It's a lot bigger than I thought it was back there. There's all kinds of rooms that I'm going through, and I'm looking.
The hell is this?
And eventually I see the office is at the end of the hallway, and I'm like, anything's going on, it's down there.
That's the room.
That's where they've got him.
There's a glow coming out from under the door.
And I'm thinking, I literally am thinking there's going to be a guy with his arm around someone with his hand over their mouth and a gun to their head or a knife to their throat. And I circle around and I look and I see there's nobody there. And I'm like, you know, clear, you know.
Yeah.
So and right
And was
about,
the Russian woman behind you?
no, she stayed
got-
in the
waiting room.
She stayed in
Don't
the waiting
worry,
room.
I have your 6.
And so what I should have done is open the door so she should come in. She could come in and
Thank you.
and have my
Look.
6. But anyway, so I finally there was one other area I didn't go to, which was like it was like a closet. These doors, and I'm like, man, the bodies are in there. And I open it up. No, it's a giant nitrous tank.
Treasure.
I couldn't find anything.
You were back there for very long. What happened?
Nothing. I was looking.
It's a giant nitrous tank, and right then, I hear, come back. I hear the lady yelling for me.
Oh,
no! She's like, no. She's like, someone's coming. I'm like, I'm busted, man. She's like, because I thought they were going to be in the room when I got out there. She's like, no, I saw them go by the door because it had a glass, a glass out into the hallway, and there was another entrance to the back of the office back that way. She's like, I saw them go by.
Quickly.
So I come running back, and as I step back, they're making their way back into behind the desk, and I look up on the desk. And there's a giant footprint from where I stepped. And I casually walk over, Kathy, and I put my hand. I'm like, "Hey, how you guys doing?" And I'm wiping it off.
Clean it off.
I'm talking to him. Never said a word about it.
And they saw you on the other side of the divider?
It was like I was waiting in the room the whole time where I was supposed to be. And they were just running late. They had another thing they had to go do. And so,
what did the Russian lady say?
I thought about telling them. I thought about saying, but I went creeping around in their office.
Yeah, nah, just leave
But
it.
it was the best intention. I thought I was
You
going
were
to be
worried.
saving the day.
It is kind of weird to not unless, did they say it was an emergency of some sort? They knew they had an appointment. Why not leave a little sign back in 5 minutes?
I don't know.
Maybe
I didn't
it was
ask.
lunch and they were.
No, it wasn't lunch.
No?
They had to go to the hospital or something was going on. But anyhow, you should have seen me. I was crouched down.
Oh, that's great.
I was crouched down like this. I was in the mode. and it was very surreal. But
That's amazing.
That was a bit of an adventure yesterday.
So that would have been great if they walked in.
Oh my
you come
God.
back. You've
What
got
was I gonna do, man?
You've got the nitrous tank on your arm.
Yeah.
You've got some of the tranquilizers and yeah.
And you and the Russian lady are.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah. I didn't know how I was going to explain it
Oh,
if
man,
they
that's
came
funny.
walking in. But I had the best of
Listen,
intentions.
the place was empty. I'm going to save them.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, it was a great day. Bella Hadid is getting real about her mental health. The 25-year-old model shared a raw post Tuesday saying that her life isn't as picture perfect as it may seem.
Who's this again, Preston? I'm sorry.
This is Bella Hadid.
Bella Hadid.
Is that your favorite Hadid?
I vastly
Oh, come
last
on.
week was a Gigi week.
No way.
I have to admit it.
It's got to be.
I know Yolanda.
Yolanda Hadid.
No,
Well, that's the mom, right?
No.
No?
Now you're making fun of this legitimate thing here.
Which one lives?
Where do you stand?
One lives in the area, right?
Gigi's are
I think two
local,
of them.
right?
I think the mom and the daughter live here.
Well,
Which
I have
daughter?
nothing against Yolanda.
Which daughter, Kat?
Who's
Bella?
the-
Or,
It's Gigi.
Bella or Gigi?
Who just had the baby?
Gigi.
Gigi.
So
I'm
she
gonna say it
shared,
one more time. Gigi.
she shared a video of Willow Smith that resonated with her. In it, Smith talked about her insecurities and not feeling good enough. Hadid had also included a gallery of selfies of herself crying and a candid caption about her mental health.
Listen, I'm so tired of on on TikTok and Instagram videos of people filming themselves crying.
Oh, that's
you know?
not the first thing you think to do when you're
the crying reaction. Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that kind of person.
Yeah, and remember the mom who was busted
Oh,
with the
man.
kid in the front seat?
Trying to make her kid
Trying to
cry.
make the kid cry?
Yep.
There was I just watched one of somebody crying. And I was like, oh God, here we go.
Knock it off.
Another one. But wait, she was opening her own boutique. And that's why she was crying.
She
She was
was
like,
happy?
this has been a long road and it's finally here. And I'm so happy to bring this to you guys because now you can shop all of my clothes in person.
Let's check in a year when she's crying when it
My
fails.
clothes. I was like, what is this?
Hey, a lot of small businesses.
I know.
Statistically. All right, well, anyway.
Not mine. My boutique is going great guns.
Hadid wrote, I love you and your words. It made me feel a little less alone, and that's why I'd like to post this. So she was commenting on a video of Willow Smith. Hadid reminded followers that they are not alone and there is always light at the end of the tunnel. She said, this is pretty much my everyday, every night for a few years now. Social media is not real.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, for anyone struggling, please remember that. Sometimes all you've got to hear is that you're not alone. So from me to you, you're not alone. I love you. I see you and I hear you.
Oh, it's just like the Na'vi in Avatar.
I see you.
Yeah.
Self-help and mental illness chemical imbalance is not linear, and it's almost like flowing roller coaster of obstacles.
Okay, now she's losing me.
Ups and downs and size to size. Listen, people obviously, struggling with
Depression.
Depression is a real thing. It's terrible. But you've got conflicting things here. Social media is not real, she writes. Anyone struggling? Listen, you can find support on social media, but you can also find exactly what is pushing you down.
And
You know
pushing
what I
your
mean?
buttons. It is a construct. And and we've said before, initially, when it had a much more benevolent, at least to me, it felt that way in the early, hey,
hooking
you're
people
on
up.
this too, hey.
Yeah.
And there is a very, very destructive part of social media now. If you're going to be on it, know the difference and don't let the heavy stuff bring you down, man.
She wrote,
Right,
anyways,
Yolanda.
not sure why, but it feels harder and harder to share my truth on here. Thank you for seeing me, and thank you for listening. I
see you.
I love you.
So look at this picture here on Instagram. You had to hold the camera.
All right, what we're looking at is a picture of her crying. It's a close-up of her tears. She's looking away, and I mean, that looks like a posed photograph.
Yeah, it does.
I have never cried and been like, hold on, let me get my phone.
I got an update to the new OS. 1 second here. Wait a second. Why is this thing going through?
Wait, the flash is on.
How do you flip the camera? I can't flip the camera.
You have to angle it just right.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is.
The light isn't right. Wait 1 second.
I need another one. Hold on.
Can you come take this for me, please?
Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm crying.
Yeah.
Seriously.
She keeps opening the wrong app that looks like the app for the phone.
No, that's not the Instagram. No, that's
If you thought that Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga looked like a couple in love at the 2019 Oscars, it's because they planned it that way. I know that she has already said that, but he is finally saying something. He was talking to the Hollywood Reporter on Wednesday, and he had said that he wanted the performance to mimic the scene in the movie in order to help him manage his own fears about singing live. So I get it. Yeah,
absolutely.
He's playing a role.
And by the way,
he is in front of a bunch of musicians. Because it was, I'm sorry, it was at the Oscars.
At the Oscars, it's in front of the world, basically.
Yeah.
He's singing this song. They obviously have a very strong friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. So it's friends, lovingly,
and they're performers.
Yes, they're liars.
They know they're playing a role. They're having fun with it.
They're paid liars.
So Cooper added, he said he shared, just from a personal standpoint, it reduces the anxiety level.
Well, listen, we're very good friends with Bradley Cooper.
We are.
And we know the way he is.
Incredibly
And we
close.
know how nervous he gets in situations like this. So if you knew him the way we knew him.
Steve, I sometimes will just place my hand on his knee.
Yeah.
And just a little touch. Yeah. A little human touch.
Makes a difference.
Calms him down a bit.
Yeah. I can't believe you guys haven't brought up the fact that, like, Steve and I look at each other like that when we sing the Safe Light song.
Absolutely.
We totally get that.
So beautiful.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I just thought I'd let you guys have that. I didn't want to bring it out into the open.
I always say, find someone in your life who looks at me the way Casey looks at me during the Safe Light song.
Yeah.
Can we get that right now? Can you guys do that?
Casey's so wrong.
I just love him so much.
Let's do it. We can do it. Ready?
Use the microphone for a
All right,
dad.
turn away and then turn and look at each
Okay.
other. All right.
Hang
Just
on
give us a
second.
countdown.
I got to get in the character.
All right. 11 on MMR. Everything that rocks. 20 minutes after 10 o'clock on this Tuesday morning. Preston and Steve radio program.
You know, that song has sort of a more summery feel, but it actually feels about right today.
Yeah, actually it does, yes. Hey, a reminder, even though we have these record temperatures, these beautiful days, Camp Out for Hunger is approaching, and next thing you know, it'll be here December 2nd at Xfinity Live inside the Wells Fargo Center Park Complex. Will be right next to it. Regular spot. Listen, you can get to Acme Markets ahead of time and jump in and help us out at the checkout register on the Pin Pan, and we would appreciate a monetary donation. And let's get things off to a great start this year. WMMR.com, by the way, has all of the information about Camp Out for Hunger, should you need to know. Obviously, more will be coming soon as we get a little bit closer. We have more meetings and things like that. So just letting you know that you can go ahead and get things started right now. And we would very much appreciate that. We're going to ask a lesson question today. We are going to give away a 4-pack of general admission tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street in Manningham. The question that we'll go with for 6:42 this morning is, what fast food chain will be built on the grounds of the Playboy Mansion? 215-263-WMMR. What fast food chain will be built on the grounds of the Playboy Mansion? 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
This morning is brought to you by College Ave. From application to graduation and beyond, College Ave has you covered with flexible student loans, and you can apply today at collegeave.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Corey Feldman pausing a recent concert to say he is completely in favor of Diddy's arrest for causing so much pain for so many people. Then, without any sense of irony, Feldman resumed his concert. 30-year-old Noor Al-Fala, who recently had a child with 84-year-old Al Pacino, says the two are just friends. Al-Fala says Pacino is more like a grandfather who you once let penetrate you. And finally, the viral sailor who braved Hurricane Milton, known as Lieutenant Dan, is now in jail, facing trespassing and theft charges. Unlike the Forrest Gump Lieutenant Dan, this Lieutenant Dan didn't get ice cream in jail, but a guy named Rico did finish on his shoulder. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Let's see if you know the answer to the question, which fast food chain will be built on the grounds of the Playboy Mansion? And it is Josh who got in first, so we'll go to him. Hi, Josh. Morning, bud.
Hey,
Josh, which fast food chain will be built on the ground of the Playboy Mansion?
that's Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Some 4-pack of GA tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street in Manayunk. And it features live scare actors, production quality sets, and animatronics, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk. Tickets and information at LincolnMillHaunt.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I got more in the story about Ozzy Osbourne's former guitarist Jake E. Lee, who was shot 3 times earlier this month while walking his dog near his Las Vegas home. The attack was seemingly random. He's expected to make a full recovery, but now he is sharing more information around the attack and said that the confrontation started when he saw 2 masked thieves near a neighbor's motorcycle. And he said there was a verbal confrontation, which ended with an agreement that I would walk one way and they would walk the opposite, and that didn't work out.
And did they shoot him in the back?
They shot him in the forearm, foot, and back, resulting in broken ribs and lung damage.
This was very similar to that altercation that I think he was a soap opera actor who was killed, who came across a theft in progress.
Yeah, there was somebody stealing catalytic converter, if I remember in that story. Lee thanked his fans and medical staff, saying that he is recovering at home, and he added, I'll probably talk in more detail at a later time, but right now I can only comfortably do a little at a time. Well, this is sad to see. Paul Di'Anno, Iron Maiden's original lead singer from their first 2 albums, has passed away. No cause of death was announced, but he had been struggling with illness for several years. Casey, look up the song Wrathchild, spelled with a W.
Okay.
That's the main one that I remember. But okay. He was 66 years old. Di'Anno was Iron Maiden's lead singer from 1978 to 1981. Sang on the group's self-titled debut album and its iconic follow-up Killers. He was replaced by Bruce Dickinson, who has, of course, remained the band's singer ever since.
So what's the best-known song from his reign?
Wrathchild, I think, was their biggest hit from his time. Not Rackham, Wrathchild. In the years afterward, Di'Anno fronted the band's Battlezone and Killers and released several solo albums. He suffered from health issues in recent years, but still managed to perform more than 100 concerts since 2023. I haven't seen any statements from Iron Maiden as of yet, but I just saw that story. Here's another one that not many people saw coming. In an interview with the Houston Chronicle, Rob Halford of Judas Priest has expressed his love for several pop artists, including Chappell Roan and Lady Gaga.
I'm a big Chappell Roan fan.
He said, I turned on to Gaga instantly. Her talent is just extraordinary.
It's true.
Calling the music of Chappell and Taylor Swift immortal, Halford added, I'll still be banging my head to paparazzi on my deathbed. He said, this is not the first time that Rob's publicly talked about his love of Lady Gaga and even told people in 2020, I think I'd like to do Breaking the Law with her because it talks about the frustration that we go through, particularly as young people.
Yeah, I've seen her in a few, Taylor Swift with a few rock stars. Mick Jagger. She did, Mick Jagger was on stage, I think came up on one of her concerts, or vice versa. And she tore into the song.
Yeah, so he'd love to do Breaking the Law with Lady Gaga, which would be pretty damn interesting. She'd probably do a great job. And then finally, Bruce Springsteen opened up on the keys to his success and longevity following a recent screening of Road Diary, Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band in London.
You want to know my secret? Flex Seal.
The 75-year-old musician who's worth
stuff is incredible.
More than $1 billion, said that being a pretty nice boss and paying his band well had been crucial to his career. He said, I pay them a tremendous amount of money. He said, that greases the wheels pretty good. And then he said, now I'm a pretty nice boss. The truth is, you need to cast your band well. Said, if you get the art right, the music right, and the band right, you go out and you play every night like it's your last night.
The Flex Seal seals any hole in your house. Be it the pool or the shower, it makes no matter, it'll get the job done.
Had no idea he was doing the jingle for this well. So he said that was the serial philosophy of the band, and we are sticking to it.
Wee doggy.
Springsteen has worked with the E Street Band since the 1970s. While the lineup has changed a few times over the years, many of its members have been with him for decades. Bruce described the documentary, which premieres on Hulu and Disney Plus on October 25th, as being essentially about the rewards of a band staying together. He said the actual arc of rock and roll bands is to break up. Think about it. How many bands have stayed together against how many have broken up? Forget about bands staying together. We can't get two people to stay together.
You want to keep things together in life, there's always going to be some leaks. Only there was something that could seal those leaks and give you the peace of mind. Well, there is. It's called Flex Seal.
Hey, band!
Hey, what?
You ever heard of
Flex Seal? Sealing up those holes so St. Nick can land on your roof.
all that water whipping down the boardwalk?
Set up a barrier with Flex Seal.
So, Steve Van Zandt, by the way, said that the band always focused on the music instead of chasing success. He said it was never commercial enterprise. This has been an artistic adventure from the beginning. He said, so anyone joining knew that was what they were getting into. And now, luckily, he said we found some commercial calling ground along the way, which was great. So the special will be out on October 25th. Should be pretty good.
Yep.
And that is the last story that I have in music news for you this morning. All right, we have one final break we're going to take. We'll come back. We'll also find out who our Tattoos Day winner is and see what's going on with Pierre. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on
3, 2, 1.
Safe light repair, safe light replace.
Oh.
God.
Wow.
The lovely kiss was
That
blown.
was-
If we could get it, I don't know if it's possible to get a split screen on that or not.
And see, there's no
play that
real love there. That's all acting. They lie.
Well, you know what? You can't sing those words without being moved. They're not only repaired, but replaced.
Yes, as if the repair wasn't enough.
You fixed me, and then you made me all new again.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And they'll
I'll
come-
repair
they'll-
you. I will
I
never
come
replace
to where
you.
you are
Yeah.
if you're at your daughter's dance recital.
That's right.
Bradley Cooper added that they kind of fall in love in that scene in the film. It's that explosive moment that happens to them on a stage in front of thousands of people.
Yeah.
And it would have been so weird if we were both on stools facing the audience. So that's why they did it that way.
This is actually the first time that they rehearsed. They sang the Chicken Pot Pie song, Preston.
Wait, do you want to do Safe Light Repair like that now? We're looking at the video where they're kind of heads leaning against each other. Oh, no. Oh, yes, we're going to get this now.
Well, you got to come behind because you got to come behind me because you're taller.
Like this?
Yeah.
We are getting this on camera, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
where's the camera at?
Right
here. Yeah. Can you count us off, Preston?
3, 2, 1.
Safe light repair, safe light replace.
Dear God in heaven.
Wow.
How was that? Was that good? Thank you.
I was convinced.
Bravo!
Thank you. Can I just? We are involved with other people.
Yes.
I have the deepest respect for Diane, and I know Casey.
And I,
loves
Claire.
her, yeah.
And your cats.
And my cat.
More on the creepy side for me.
You don't know what that song means to us.
I know, I guess.
Sounds a little jealous, does she not?
I'm getting that. We have
I think
to look.
you guys. I don't think you were harmonizing though. I think you were in unison on that.
Our hearts were harmonized.
So the monetary donations for Camp Out for Hunger continued until the day before Thanksgiving, and the final tally of money that you donated at Acme Markets is $1,454,710.
Just amazing.
And that added to our final monetary donation, with everything added in, for Camp Out for Hunger this year was $1,802,000 to help feed people in this area.
Oh my God! Another banner year.
$1.8 million, and you put that on over 2.3 million pounds of food.
I mean, again, another situation where you figured, how are they? How are we going to get to that point? How are we going to top the miracle that was last year? And look what people just step up. They're amazing.
Yep, it's pretty incredible. So thank you. Before we get into our concert announcement and music news, Nick, what were you laughing so hard at right before that started? Or do we even want to know?
You want to know?
Okay. I would just want to take a seat, Preston, and I got my little chair here.
Oh.
Oh, and I didn't do it again. Oh, there we go. And somehow, Casey found a way to rig it so that it just slowly descends.
I took video. I took video.
You did.
How'd you do this?
All right, so stand up and you'll
Because it'll go back up.
Yeah.
So there's a handle that will allow you to lower the seat.
Yeah.
And I assume he taped it, right?
I tied it with a bandana.
That's a work.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
So it just sinks down slowly.
I was just so
kinda
glad.
cool.
I didn't know how I was going to react, and I was just so grateful that
impressed.
it didn't like
Slam down.
and have you fall.
You got to be careful.
All I heard was everybody in on this but me?
You had your headphones on.
I
think.
saw Casey
Yeah.
come over here and tie it, and I go, "Are you trying to kill him?" And he goes, "No, but his chair will sink when he sits in it."
Where'd you get that idea?
I don't even know.
It came out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere. I saw the bandana sitting there.
Okay.
And Nick wasn't there. I was like, I wonder if I could. I mean, it was like lightning fast how the synapses were firing.
Okay. Not as permanent, but definitely some pain involved. Florence Pugh, the actress, recently pierced her nose, but confessed that she fainted in the process.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Really?
She captioned an Instagram photo that says, "When you want to be a cool grown-up and get a cool new piercing and you instantly fail, go green and then faint."
All right, so Kathy, did you faint when you got your not your ears pierced, but like you got your belly button pierced? And
No, I didn't.
She had a nipple pierced.
I didn't
know.
faint.
I didn't want to bring that up.
What's that?
I didn't want to
How
bring
can
that
you
up.
not bring that up? You're obligated to bring that up. Are you kidding me?
Case, my problem is looking at it. If I see it happen, I'm out like a light.
Okay, so Florence went with the septum, the middle part.
Okay.
Okay, I dig. I like a nose piercing, like this
Off to the side?
Yeah, the nostril.
Yeah.
What do they call it? That's usually a stud, is it not? Yeah. Stud.
Yeah, the septum thing, sometimes it looks like you got boogers hanging out of your nose.
It's just gross.
I don't like that. Yeah, the
But I
booger
do
thing
like-
is real.
I do like the stud.
Yeah.
I think that can be cute.
It's good if you're a bull. I think it works quite nicely.
My girlfriend has one.
She has
Wait,
a
the
septum
septum?
piercing?
Yeah.
She
Okay.
does?
I didn't know that.
I never
Yeah.
even noticed.
Yep, she has it. She doesn't wear it all the time, and she removed it for several years, and then put it back in recently, and it never closed, which she was surprised by.
Wow.
I was.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, but looks good on her.
What does she wear? Is it a hoop?
Like a little hoop. Yeah,
There it is.
A little hoop.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I don't like that. I just prefer the stud. But so speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull.
Startling revelation on the Preston and Steve show this morning.
Okay.
Casey Boy, producer, admitted he used shower rings to look like a bull. We go down to Jim Ilkushevsky outside of One Bala Plaza. Jim, what's going on out there? Crowd has already started to form, Tom. People want to get the exclusive on the interview.
Okay.
Can I go down for an interview?
All right, so let me ask you this. Would you look in the mirror and make
course.
noises?
Well, I don't know about the noises, but everything I did, dude.
Did you make a face?
I spent so much time in front of the bathroom mirror as a child. I used to pierce my own ears. I would I'd spend a lot of time making faces and
Wow.
I know.
But I'm
I
sure-
didn't have any friends.
You guys make fun of me.
Yeah.
And then he would go back to college.
I was just curious what level you took it to. Would you actually stomp on the ground?
No.
You never do anything
That'd
like
be
that?
stupid, Preston.
Yeah, come on,
Come on.
man.
He was just making faces in the mirror.
It's just silly. By the way, to make Casey feel better, if you've ever taken a shower ring and pretended to be a bull, text in and let us know.
please
about
let
it.
us know.
And if you have one now and you could do a picture, we'd love to see
Yeah,
it.
that'd be great.
Without a doubt, I am not the only one to ever do that.
No, listen, I'm sure. I'm
Without
sure
a
I've
doubt.
done it, for
Yeah.
Christ's sake.
Somewhere in America
Yeah.
has done it.
There's probably a commune of people who do nothing but that.
Here's a supportive one.
Is that a BR commune? Yeah, that's a bull ring
Here,
commune.
this says, I used to pretend I was the bull in the Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And this guy, he and his cousin used to put helmets on and use red tablecloths to charge at each other like bulls. But he
One
didn't
was
think-
a bull and one was the matador.
Yeah.
He says, didn't think of the shower curtain ring, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The accessory you never knew you needed.
I know this is like Hollywood celebrity news, but why did they put the ring in the bull's nose? What was that all about?
You know, I think that's how they would actually lead the bull.
Yeah, I think they could
Oh!
connect. They could connect a lead to it.
Okay.
And
That makes
or
perfect
or they could
And most
essentially leash them up somewhere, and they're not going to go anywhere.
And isn't the fact that most bulls are goth, sort of? They're
Yeah, I
the
think so.
cages and stuff.
Yeah, they do the
Most of them.
stuff
body
too.
mod.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Nick, anybody texting in? One person said they've done the shower curtain ring in the nose thing, but I don't know if they were pretending to be a bull or not.
No,
It
it could have
does
been, something
Well,
entirely
I
different.
don't necessarily. I wasn't. You guys said I was pretending to be a bull.
you said
No,
you did.
Well, I got the idea from the bull, right? Like
I got the
I
idea
never
from
made,
the bull.
I got the idea. I didn't.
Why don't you pretend that you're me?
Let the court record show that Preston, you asked if I made noises like a bull, and I did not.
I thought that was
I
after
would like
you
to have audio
intimated.
from what we spoke about earlier, because you said I would look in the mirror and pretend to be a bull.
All right, let's check it. We
we
have
have-
a way of finding
We
out.
have to check the tape. You
We
may
do.
be right. But
Well, what did you do?
I put a shower ring on my nose like an idiot.
For what reason?
I don't
To look like a bull.
To look like a bull, I guess.
That's what
I don't know.
That's what I think he said.
All right.
But we could be wrong.
But I
Maybe
didn't
we just
pretend to be a
assumed.
bull. There's a difference. There's a difference between trying to look like a bull and
pretending to be a bull.
Yes.
Pretending means you would adopt a lifestyle.
And I would not do that.
Right.
Because, bulls are ornery creatures, man.
I don't like the way they live.
They're ornery creatures, man.
man.
Yeah, that was my Lebowski right there.
I thought you were doing like you almost
Austin
sounded
Powers.
like Austin Powers.
No, that was more Lebowski than anything else.
Ornery creatures, man.
I'm a Brahma bull, baby.
Kathy, I'm trying to reel this back.
You are?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Started it.
Jesus.
Holy moly.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to move on to another story.
Okay.
We'll wait and find out that we'll find the tape.
Don't
here.
worry, we'll go back to this.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it may run through the entire show this morning. We have a clip of you from earlier
Okay,
on the show,
all right.
so we'll see. Let's see what this is. This was Casey. Let's see if he says he would pretend to be a bull or not. Here we go.
So speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Like I was a bull. I didn't
For the
say
very first time.
I think there's a difference between pretending to be a bull and
Adopting the lifestyle.
I didn't go.
One could say that there's a point at which they sort of Venn diagram a little bit.
So if you put on clown makeup,
Right.
like a full clown makeup, the wig and everything,
And I didn't do the voice and all that stuff.
you're not pretending to be
I'm
a
just
clown. at that
dressed like
point.
a clown.
Okay, so you were
Yeah.
dressed like a bull.
Yeah.
You were just dressed like a bull.
That's it.
Where are you going out looking like a bull? Where are you going to tonight looking like a bull?
Casey, you've been vindicated. Congratulations. Amber has an interesting tradition. I'm going to go to her. Amber, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's Nirvana on 93.3 WMMR, the song that did it. Yep. Smells like Teen Spirit. It is 10:41 on the Preston and Steve radio program. Steve's crumpling up some paper.
I was trying to do it quietly.
It happens.
Yeah.
We're wrapping up our show, and a couple of things to do before we wrap that up. We'll have to get a winner for Tattoos Day being one of them.
That's
so
right.
Maybe we ought to do that right about now and pass along the prize. We would like to congratulate Mr. Jason Roebuck. Marsville, Pennsylvania. And Jason gets a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can stop by and visit those guys. They're at 1729 South Street in Philly. Or if you want to take a peek at the artwork samples, you can go to floatingworldtattoos.com. You can, of course, see their Instagram page at Floating World Tattoos as well. They do quality work, cool people, so we appreciate that.
If you go to Preston Steve's Instagram page, you'll see the last tattoo that was done. By
I love that. Yeah.
Excellent.
Really, really cool stuff.
All right, and thank you to actor and friend Daniel Roebuck.
He's the best.
Who was here, and he is currently in the new Terrifier film, Terrifier 3, which is number 3 in the country. It debuted at number 1, and it's people love it, who love that type of movie.
Yes,
and
I
like
do.
you said, no rating and self-funded.
Yeah.
And it's one of the top movies in the country.
Yeah, with a shoestring budget, and it's raking in the bucks.
Yep. So, and Daniel also is promoting a few other things of his. You can see a link on PrestonandSteve.com on how to see what all he's been up to. But he's always got great stories. It's cool to talk to him. Pierre Robert is here.
Hello.
Always has great stories as well.
I have a few.
Nice to see you today.
Let me tell you about the time back in.
That was awesome.
I thought you would enjoy that.
There was a little bit of a disconnect, but it started off good.
I got it.
The mic cut out, but it was a great story.
All good. All right, should we just cut to the chase and get the letter of the day?
Yes.
All right, let me see. That's right here.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in experiment.
We will give away, by the way, a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Salon and Spa gift card. The ultimate destination for all things beauty and wellness is closer than you might think. You can treat yourself to a day of relaxation at Joseph Anthony in Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City, Philadelphia. Book today at josephanthony.com. That's josephanthony.com. So what's the latest? What's up today, man?
Well, I wanted to mention on Thursday, we did a couple of cool interviews backstage at the MMRBQ. One was with Noodles from The Offspring, which is up at WMMR.com/Pierre. And the next one we're going to run was the other band that I got a chance to interview, Nothing More. I don't know if you guys caught any of their performance, but so dynamic and so cool. And Johnny, the singer, not only doesn't wear a shirt, but he doesn't wear shoes on stage.
Wow.
And the way that he moves about and jumps around, he must have either very strong or very dirty feet.
I went out for some of their set, and I'll be honest, I really was not familiar with them at all.
Okay.
They were great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They really
Very
are showstoppers. They're really cool. So we're going to run that interview Thursday at 1 p.m., the Nothing More conversation with Johnny and Daniel from the band. We got Workforce Blocks today of Lynyrd Skynyrd and Nirvana and Queen, and it's Double Shot Tuesday.
It's going to be great. All right. Thank you, Pierre, and thank you to our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Market's official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And also by Family and Company Jewelers, Viraggio Bridal Show, October 24th through the 26th. You can save on the ring of her dreams, familyjewelers.com. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Fox Good Day, Secret Text Word, and as a guest, Raven Simone will be joining us. Yeah, it'll be a good
That's so
time.
Raven.
That is it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.